it going to start? Stop.
I'm so sorry.
Call to order this workshop for the budget of 2026, Siloam Springs Board of Directors for December 15th, 2025.
December 16th.
We're changing the dates here as we go. Roll call.
Blair.
Here.
Burns.
Here.
Wiles.
Here.
Hunt.
Here.
Bristler. Allen.
Here.
Carroll.
Here.
So tonight is the kind of the review of the budget and any questions or comments that the directors have. So Christina, I'll turn the floor over to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This evening, just so you're aware, I've already kind of gone through all of the budget on my end, and what was left was really questions from the board. So if you would like, I can go back over the items that I sent you in the email, or you can just have open comment. The only thing that I would ask is if we could please move up any discussion for community services to the beginning of the discussion, as we have an expectant grandfather waiting to head to the hospital.
A likely story.
So with that, directors, I am just going to open the floor, and you all can have your questions and comments to Christina, and we'll go from there. So I think, David, you have some questions you'd like to start, maybe?
I don't on community services.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
Well, I say that. Let me check my tabs. Hang on.
Check,
just a minute.
absolutely.
So community services would include sanitation, and it would include parks, fleet services, airport, animals, library.
Community development? No, that's Chris.
That's Chris.
Okay. What else did you say besides? Say that again on community services?
Okay, community services would include sanitation, parks. It would include animal services, the airport, and the library.
I did have something on parks, if I can find my tab. If you'll see, I had brought out in previous board meeting or budget meeting about our need to put some money into broken sidewalks at Twin Springs Park, and that's what the pictures are that I had printed for the board members to see how serious of a problem we have down there. Some of the broken sidewalks that are like in front of the walking bridge in Twin Springs Park, I believe that concrete piece that is just before you go across it is as old as me. So I think it just is from age and needs to be updated. I don't have my glasses, so I gotta. So I was just pointing out the sidewalks. I'd like to see the park benches standardized. There's 3 different kinds. There's a blue hose in the creek that's been there forever that sticks up on the side of the water, and it probably is going to a fountain, but it just is kind of not real nice looking. And then the rock walls of Sager Creek by the University Bridge, not the University Bridge, the Main Street Bridge, there's no railing there. I don't think there's ever been a railing there, and I've always wondered how we've not had, I think years ago somebody did fall in, but I've always wondered why we don't put something at least knee high to keep little kids from falling into the creek. So those were just points I had about the Parks and Rec Department. We're putting, it looks like $514,000 on capital outlay, but I just don't feel like we're putting enough into updating the parks. If you can see on one of those pictures, there's handrails that have lost their black paint and exposing the green paint underneath. And this is not new. These have been this way for a while, but I don't know if it's because we don't have the budget or if nobody makes a complaint about it, but I am now making a complaint about it and saying, please, it makes our city look like we don't care to those who visit, because that Twin Springs Park is one of our jewels in our crown for the city. The other thing, we spent the money, we worked with the group that paid for the renovation of the gazebo in Twin Springs Park. But when you look at it, the benches are just painted green with the old graffiti still carved into them, like TS plus DO. I mean, some of the knot holes that were there for years are still there. And this is not personality. It looks like we just didn't want to spend the money to replace the benches in the gazebo because we got the roof redone, we did a lot, but some of this just looks bad. And so it was disappointing to go down and see the old benches still there and simply a new coat of paint, and all the graffiti is still there. Some of the stuff that was written on the posts of the gazebo was pencil or pen, and some of it was nasty, and that's been painted over. But to just paint over the cut in stuff of the benches, it just doesn't look great, especially to learn if anybody was told, oh yeah, this is just brand new. This is brand new, totally remodeled gazebo. You wouldn't know it looking at the benches. The broken sidewalks, I cannot stress enough, just because they're a problem that somebody's gonna trip over. And it's not just sidewalks, it's also around the circular, where the canna lilies have been forever. I don't think it's all canna lilies anymore, but it used to be. But some of that circular cement that goes around is broken and in pieces, and I just can't encourage enough that we spend some money to get this park up to date. That's all I have.
Anyone else? No? What other department do we, or just questions in general?
If we're done with community services, I'll dismiss Jason and we can just continue our conversation. But I do have one response though for you, Director Allen, and that is, are you requesting that staff bring back a budget amendment in the future to address these specific items, or are you just letting everyone know that?
No, I'm asking
Okay.
that we actually, if it comes out of quality of life, that's okay. It's just, these are things that need to be done. These are things that have been overlooked, ignored, whatever you want to call them. And especially a handrail that you walk across, it's in the photos, that the paint's just been peeling for years, nobody's done anything about it. And then the broken sidewalks, some of which are not just sidewalks, but other pieces around. It just shouldn't be, it shouldn't have gotten to this point, and it's been this way for quite a while. The other thing I will say, regarding the Benton Street Park, when I have previously brought up Sager Creek next to that bridge being cleaned up, we got the email that that's owned by other people. But I brought this up 3 years in a row, and this is the first I've been told that that belongs to other people. I still don't believe that we should ignore it simply because it is part of the creek. There's other parts of the creek we maintain that belong to other people. And so some of it's out of necessity, that it's not out of beautification. It's just that we have to be able to get to other places like sewer and things like that. We have to clean up some of the brush alongside of it. But this piece in particular, it just looks like an overgrown forest in the northeast, like Kennett or something. It's just overgrown with all this, and a nice trickling stream, but there's no way anybody could ever tour it or visit it or anything, so. Anyway, I'm just pointing out, this is the first time I've ever heard that belongs to other people. I don't think I have anything else on community development, or community, whatever you said.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Betsy?
I just wanted to say real quick, because the library had been brought up previously, that I feel like, I mean, there are procedural and policy changes that are being requested as well as spending money. So I feel like maybe that's something we need to discuss as a board at some point, but it's not necessarily a budget issue.
Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to echo off Director Allen, and my recommendation for consideration would be at the very top of the first of the year, like, January, we have a workshop or discussion, and I think there's 3 key elements that need to come out of quality of life, and that's Sager Creek, and it was in your email, so the 3 key items, right? We got Sager Creek, a Parks Master Plan, and a Bob Henry Park. And there's some elements in there from 1911 we've forgotten about, and it's echoing off of, or it's reflecting off what we tried to do in the mid-2000s and going forward, but now we have the funds, and I think being wise with that, and that would give staff direction to chase grants and really stretch that money. And with the technology now, it's kind of like street signs. There should be a program in place. The last time we replaced them, that should be just a constant rotating thing. That shouldn't even, these conversations should be in a program. I mean, the technology's there. I know staff uses it in other formats, but yeah, that's the wise thing to do, because we keep talking about it and we have those funds, and it would address those concerns. And there's like an old sewer pipe that no longer exists, right? We replumbed that over, and so I'm not gonna hash the list out, but I think it'd be healthy for us to start the year off, and it's a positive also to start the year off in that direction and give these folks a sense of light, because we're gonna give them some Debbie Downers tonight, unfortunately.
Debbie Downer.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Betsy?
Last night, Brad, you had said that you'd requested things or talking about bringing things forward that were goals and talked about in the past, and that, you wouldn't repeat it because we all knew what you had said. I do hang on your every word, but I don't remember everything you've said. So the things you've looked into from the past that would be appropriate now, I would appreciate it if you would.
Well, what I can do, what I would like to do is, if we set up a workshop at the first of the year, and then I provide Janae with that, she can make a lot of copies or whatever she wants to do, digital or otherwise. And it's, it's there. It goes back to, it's David Cameron. It doesn't go back to Latham, but it goes back to David Cameron, and it kind of works its way forward. And some folks were on the board, and we just, the funding wasn't there. And some of the ideas are pretty radical when you go back and review them. As an example would be, somewhere in our past, channelizing rivers is what the Corps did back in the day after some of our floods. And so channelizing was the key, and now the concept is not so much. But actually in 2009, the Siloam Spring, or the Sager Creek Action Plan was to remove some of the stem walls and open up the rock banks in the park again, and a river walk, and there's some ideas that, we need to have discussion, and there needs revision. Even on the Sager Creek Advisory Committee in 2016-ish or so, that needs revisited, and these plans, and they need revision, based on the board today. But it goes back to what I said before is, past, present, and future. And so being at large this time, I'm just really digging back. What did we leave behind before we move forward? And finish some of those up from the past board members respectfully as we can.
And I would like staff to also include in there things that need to be taken care of, things they see that are important to be taken care of.
I'll give you an example is the fountains. The fountains back in the day, it worked. Water quality is an issue. We're about to settle with the state of Oklahoma, I think, on the poultry side. But, even back in before 2009, but it was about water aeration. And so there's no aeration. It's a cosmetic pump. And so the idea now is, we have individual fountains. They still give the cosmetic, but they actually, each one circulates the water, reduce the algae blooms, better quality. We discharge. There's a lot of grant money out there for that, and but it needs revision. Old plans need revision, and so we have a lot of those. We've got that one. We've got streets. I mean, we've got some work to do at the first of the year. I think that it's important work, but I think it's the way to start that year off.
So with that, I believe that kind of addresses what we were looking for. Is that correct from?
Correct, and
Okay.
I will make sure that we add a workshop to the schedule. It may actually be in February because the 20th, for the moment, is being reserved for recruitment. January 20th.
For what did you say?
Recruitment.
Recruitment, for the recruiter to come have a conversation with you.
Oh.
Okay.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, David?
Christine, I think that's a good idea to bring back a budget amendment for the problems with Twin Springs. But I also want to hear what was the thought process, because we did do a lot with this company to renovate that gazebo. I want to know what was the thought process to just paint over these graffiti benches and not completely redo it properly.
Staff and find an answer for you and get that to you, to the board.
Betsy, did you get your questions answered on the
I did.
library?
Yeah.
Okay. Moving on from there. Thank you, Jason. Congratulations.
Yeah, congrats,
Hope all
Jason.
goes well.
I think Jason is a good name for a little boy. Yeah. Jason Jr.
So Christina, do you have another area that you know that we need to look at, or there's been questions from the board concerning anything?
I don't think we actually determined whether or not we wanted to do the, on the list that I sent you, there's a question about whether or not we wanted to add $350,000 for a Parks Master Plan.
Was that already in the budget, or?
No, it was not already in the budget, but it was discussed at the last budget meeting, so I added it as one of the items that I sent to you.
What is the other master plan we said we're definitely doing? Is it streets,
Streets, I believe.
and sidewalks master plan? I knew there was some other department we said that we're definitely going to get done. Let's see, what else? Library master plan? No. Museum master plan? No.
Yes.
But
Brad?
I think we should, the parks master plan, yeah.
Well, can we, I mean, there's a lot, we got a lot thrown at, can we do, at the first of the year?
We certainly can. Just to make your options clear, we can make any amendments to the budget this evening that you guys want to make, and we can also amend the budget at any point going forward as long as the board wants to amend the budget. I mean, we can do that even for items that we discuss right now. If you aren't sure about the master plan until you see the bigger picture and you want to know where the best place to put the money is, obviously, we can wait until after we have that workshop, and then based on the direction at that workshop, we can bring an amendment back to you guys, and you can amend the budget technically anytime you'd like.
I think that's what we should do, but we also, I think, and maybe it's all folded into it, have a workshop to discuss the direction we want for the quality of life funds in terms of the Parks Master Plan is an ideal thing that could come out of the quality of life fund. But also, as a board, we need to discuss, is there other things that we are, like, that we've held back on or that we have a desire to get done, and now that we're suddenly aware we've got this money, that there's subjective to everybody, quality of life, but there may be something every board member agrees, we've got to get this done, we can't wait any longer. So I'm saying that may be an overall, overarching topic besides just the Parks Master Plan.
So just so I'm clear, are we looking at, because we do have approval of the budget on the agenda tonight, so are you looking for an approval as it is now, and then amendments after we get into the first of the year and we have an opportunity to have a workshop and discuss these things? Or are you saying we wait until after the first of the year to approve the budget?
We can amend the budget at any time.
Okay.
So if the board wants to change something this evening, then when we get to the resolution, we can just say, with this change. Or if there are things like the parks that they know they want more information on and they want it brought back to them, then we can bring it back and they can amend the budget at that time.
At that time, the approved budget, if we.
Yes, we can
go ahead
amend
and
the
approve it.
approved budget,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. So, all right, very good.
But if we wanted to include in tonight the Parks Master Plan, if we wanted to stick it in now, we could.
You can.
I mean, if everyone's on the same page, that we definitely, but again, it may be something we need to have more time to think about. I don't know. It's been brought up several times, so.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Betsy?
I think my thought is, since we're at the beginning of the year, we're going to have the workshop and we're going to be discussing a lot of that involves parks. Maybe we include that at the same time, look at how much money we're looking at spending, where are we with quality of life, the Parks Master Plan, maybe include all of that at the same time.
Look at those budget amendments at that time, all together, that discussion.
And that would
Yeah.
also, I don't know, give us more time to think about the pros and cons of a Parks Master Plan and, yeah, learn more about it. Just a thought.
I would like to give
Christina?
one caveat, and that is, when you amend the budget, it still has to be a legal budget. So obviously, quality of life funds, we can amend at any time, but operations would be something that would be different, just for clarification.
Okay. So
Madam Mayor?
everyone understands that? Yeah. Mindy?
So the 350K for this Parks Master Plan would be for a consultant to help develop that? Is that my understanding? Is that correct? Okay.
That would be correct.
So I know I missed a meeting, and so all of this may have been discussed during that meeting, but I'm just following up. And if it has been discussed, just say, go back and watch the meeting. So on December 8th, you sent an email to us about several things that had been requested for budget discussion. And so I just want to make sure that all of this has been decided one way or the other. I think we talked about hiring attorneys versus paying outside firms. Did that ever go anywhere else? Are we good with the way we have it now? Okay. Quality of life fund for park fees or programs. I think there was even mention of using some of the 5 million that's in Parks and Rec to pay back for sidewalks maybe over the last year. I don't, did that
There
ever-
there was a request for potentially repaying sidewalks out of the quality of life, but that was just a question from one board member.
Okay.
So
So that's not something that the whole board has discussed or wants to discuss. Okay. Reducing library hours, that hasn't gone any, okay. I'm not in favor of reducing library hours, but, okay, the reimbursed streets, funding for sidewalks. Oh, and street sign replacements. Did that get added to the budget?
none of this list that I sent you was after the last.
It was,
Budget
okay.
workshop.
So we have, so do we need to allocate money for street sign replacement? I know that it's come up, David's brought that up several
I
times.
was going to wait until we got to that department, but I was going to
Okay.
bring it up, yeah.
Okay. I'm just still on the general question, so,
I have that same paper, I'm glad you brought it up, because,
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
it was
Are-
sent to us.
yes.
List.
Yes, so it sounds like we're, except for street signs, and then waiting to talk about the $350,000 for master plan for Parks and Rec, that the other stuff we're not really pursuing. Okay.
And and I'll just say, as far as the attorneys go, I think that is an incredibly important service. By having a firm of attorneys, we have access to many different areas of expertise, which is really hard to find when you just have one attorney. If they're here to protect the city, and if we have any type of claim that might come against the city, they have the expertise because they have so many attorneys to address a variety of claims and a variety of issues. I don't think keeping the city safe is, from legal issues, is something I really want to skimp on. So that's all.
Yes.
I will echo that. I'm pretty well surprised that this has even been brought up as a topic. We discussed this repeatedly over and over, simply because we've had an attorney on staff that a lot of times didn't have enough to do and wasted his time at the desk. So I just say we have a variety of topics that can be addressed with a firm that has many different specialized attorneys. And we went through the entire process of putting it out and asking for submissions. What we call it, request for qualifications, RFQ, is that what it was? And so we went through the hoops that we had to. So I'm stunned that this is even being brought up as a topic, because whatever someone may think we're paying more than we should, a single attorney on staff is more than just the yearly salary. There's at least 35% you add on top of that for all the benefits you must provide. The outside firm charges by the hour, and we learned the first firm we went with, J. Williams and Gentry, we were well under what we were paying a yearly salary. We were way under for the year. So, and in fact, we're still using that firm for our prosecuting attorney. So that's all I got to say about that.
Well, and actually, I agree. I thought we had talked at length about the benefits of, of hiring an outside attorney, but it did get brought up, so I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing anything on these issues. So, thank you.
So I'm really leaving this for open comment at this point. We've gone through the list that I was requested to provide the board, and if you want to discuss the sign replacements or anything else that you'd like to talk about. The only reason I brought up those particular departments earlier was because it had to do with Jason and helping him get to the hospital.
Get to the hospital.
Well,
Absolutely.
I'll discuss just
Sure.
what I have seen for several years, the street signs, especially on Sherry Whitlock, fade with the sun. And they've gotten to the point where they're not just hard to read, they're almost white from fading. And we've never had them be this bad. Josh knows it. Josh is already on top of it, so he's already working on it. But I do believe that we have got to apply more funding for it, because I recall being told years ago that the reason we suddenly had uppercase followed by lowercase was because one of our staffers in the fire department who got put in charge of it, I guess, just thought it was nice. Now, Josh has said, no, it was a federal thing, and then state went by the federal, but nevertheless, it was somebody at some level of government decided this looks nicer. It's harder to read when the lowercase letters are smaller. I also learned from Josh that the reason we went to signs that have very tall fonts, very narrow and very tall fonts, because we had a very limited budget and they sell the signs by the inch. And so staff was trying to stretch the dollar by getting the words in, but making it a shorter sign because of how limited we had on money. So I just don't think that we should discourage staff to get these ridiculously small signs simply because they're limited on what they can spend money on. This has been a problem for a long time. I think they all throughout the city need to be uniform, consistent throughout. And I think they need to be of a font that's easily readable from far off. People say, oh, nobody uses yard sign or street signs. They got GPS. That's not true. Tourists that come here may have it on their phone to find a place, but they still have to look at a street sign to know, is this where I turn? So I think we can, if we desire, put enough money in to update all of our signs. And we have some that are crackled, that are so old and crackled from the sun. They're not faded, they're just crackled where you still can't read them. We've got some that have been hit and are knocked over, bent. And so this is something I actually requested Mr. Patterson to handle. He turned it over to Mr. Gilbert, and it never got done. And then when he became city administrator, I asked again, and he said he was going to get it, but never got it. So I'm just asking, please, this is something I've been asking for years, because it's not just tourists. Our local people need to be able to see signs that are readable and not just pretty. They need to be practical and, not required to put small, narrow fonts because of the number of inches that they are required to keep it down to. Sherry Whitlock is a long title. I mean, you got a long name for that street, so.
May I make a comment along
sure.
with that? I just want to say that whenever we're doing this, we need to make sure that they're spelled right at both ends of the street. I'm sorry, but we do have that.
Double check them.
So
Yeah.
if we could just make sure that they get spelled right at both ends.
Madam Mayor?
Lake Francis is a prime example.
Yeah.
Delaware.
Don't talk to the old judge about the spelling of Lake Francis. He's gonna be on you, Josh. Can we get, is it possible to, get some samples? Yeah, I mean, so as we're talking about street signs, before we dive in, a direction, what's the longest lasting material? Not so much cost effective, but addressing these issues, because I know you probably got a whole binder of these things, right?
No, I do not.
Josh is just learning about street signs.
We can definitely get samples if we do a workshop in the, towards those first few months of the year, we can get some samples.
But that's a
absolutely,
great
for all
idea.
to
There may be
discuss. Yeah.
plastic that's better than metal.
I don't know what
you
that is. You know, I'm still youthful, but I'm wearing bifocals right now, and I'm not afraid of large font.
I like large font too.
Yeah, and reflective in nature and I'll just give first responders as an example. I'm not saying they get lost, but I'm saying, I've seen this new generation have to turn around emergency vehicles because of, failure to memorize the streets.
Yeah.
But that would be nice, and that way we can go, hey, I'd like to go this direction and get a replacement program going on, and what's the lifespan of these things, and, it just makes more common sense, and 8 years down the road, the next board has a template, and we continue on with it. And then second, can we get, I know we got signage grants before, which were more waypoints of areas, but I don't know if that falls underneath that grant opportunity, probably not.
Honestly, right now, I'm not sure, but that's definitely something we can look into. Yeah, when we do a workshop, I'm happy to provide samples, materials, what's best for east, west,
We
or
may
south,
not be
all
able
that
to do everything at once, but we
Right.
can certainly start in one area, and Sherry Whitlock seems to be the worst right now,
Yeah.
but you can start a certain area, and is that, I don't know, is that Ward 1, Mindy? I don't know.
We did.
Everybody gives a hard time about Ward.
Yeah, you guys may have
things are-
noticed some of
No,
those
that's Ward
streets.
2. That's
Street
Ward 2.
signs on Sherry Whitlock are down. Right now, they're not there.
They're what now?
They're down. They're not even up.
Yeah,
right
they've
now.
taken them off the main.
Right, we
yeah.
took them down, measured everything out. Me and staff decided it's probably better to space those back out a little bit better, make them more legible, and just do the best we can with the funds that we have. And then, try and get more funds through grants or the budget or whatever going forward.
Well, I think
You should have some their new signs are in, is what I'm getting at. They should be up.
we can approve the budget, and then after the workshop, we can up an amendment to add what we need for more of getting the rest of, what we definitely know for sure is needed. But I would like them to be consistent throughout the city, whatever that entails.
And Josh, you might know this, it's not just Sherry Whitlock, Lincoln. When I'm driving down Lincoln, the street, the signs that face south, like some of them are just white now. You
Yeah.
can't see them.
Yeah, there's quite it's not just the Sherry Whitlock signs we've ordered.
Yeah.
I'd be lying if I said I memorized the list, so I don't say which streets for sure, but there's a number of them that we addressed with a mast arm sign that was in CIP for 2025. I'm not sure what street signs exactly we got, but
Okay.
you'll see a lot of new ones going up pretty darn soon.
But
And
even
Del-
the smaller street signs, we've got some that are not faded necessarily, but crackled.
Yeah,
and
most of those are
illegible.
addressed in the operating budget,
Yeah.
and that's a different,
And
account to mess with. But yeah, staff is on that. With the street signs, that's really good, like, out of season work. Like right now, actually, the last couple of weeks, staff has been going around fixing signs, putting new signs up, because they're not paving, they're not doing a lot of that summer work. So sometimes those things get pushed into the winter, the fall, because it's just the best time to do them.
We'll just know that whatever's in the budget now, we can do an amendment later, but we'll need to know, best guess of what we will need to be spending to get a lot more done. I just don't want our crews or staff or whomever decides these things to be so limited, because that's all we have. Every year, we can't do anything really changing because that's all we have. And it has been something that's kind of been, it's just a street sign. It's just been pushed off. And streets and sidewalks are more important, but at some point, it can't be put off any longer. So I think this is the year of the street sign.
Hopefully.
Yeah, thank you, Josh.
So if you've, Josh, just a second, so if you've already ordered several replacement signs, right? And we want our signs to be consistent,
Well, the
And-
ones that we've ordered are along state highways, and that's what Mr. Director Allen was referring to earlier.
Okay.
It is in our best interest as a city to follow the federal and the state standard when
Okay.
we're on a highway.
so we may
that-
have one format. I was just getting
Yeah.
at, do we really need to see samples if we've already ordered a bunch, and maybe we need to be consistent with what you've already ordered, but we could have a style for the highway and a different style for more interior streets?
We could look at all of our options, but it was my recommendation to follow the federal and the state standard on
No,
these
I think that's
highways.
probably a good idea.
Well, but Josh sent it to me and I read it and it says recommended. It doesn't say it's required. It says it's recommended.
Well, but I'm just getting now at the consistency part of
no,
it.
I
Because if
agree,
he's
I
already
agree.
ordered and paid money,
Yeah.
we may have to go with those again. But if it's an option to do two different kinds of consistency, then we could still see
Well,
the
when
samples.
when you really don't have a choice because it's a state,
Right,
yeah.
right. But that's just for the state highways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's going to be part of our workshop that we're looking at after the first of the year. So I'm going to ask, is there something specific that
Yeah.
you all want to address in the budget that we're looking at tonight that you would like to make an amendment?
I do.
Okay, David?
On the fire department, I have a real concern, problem, whatever you want to call it, that we are spending $35,000 to replace the motor for this old fire truck. The old fire truck was all done through donations. It's down in Station 2. Everything about it was handled through private donations. And the sign in front of it says, "Thanks to the people of Simmons," but it also has the other retired fire personnel and some companies that were also involved in it. I just cannot imagine that suddenly we decide to put taxpayer money into adding to this old fire truck that doesn't have anything to do with the city operations. It's just something that the fire department decided to do, and that needs to stay as a donated, continue to stay as donated. I cannot support the $35,000 for the old fire truck engine replacement. And I'm not sure when it got added. It was on 25 budget, or 25, yeah, and now it's continuing over to 26 because it didn't get done. Brad said he thinks it probably is going to be more than that because that's just to bring the engine up. I understand that Brad thinks it's going to cost more money. So I'm going to make a motion that we amend the budget and remove old fire truck replacement, $35,000 from the fire department budget. I just don't believe taxpayer money should be going towards that.
Madam Mayor?
Yes,
I
Mindy?
see that on page 15. What is the fire engine rebuild underneath it for 30,000? Those aren't tied together? That's something separate?
No, I don't think it's the same thing. If you look at 2025, further down, old fire truck restoration of motor, 35,000 is the same thing as old fire truck replacement for this year.
So I think
They
Chief
just
Kendall,
didn't word it the same.
yeah, Chief Kendall can answer that for us.
Yes, so the fire engine rebuild, so what you're looking for, or what you're looking at in the 26 request, the old fire truck replacement, that would be the motor that is currently gotten machined, and we're waiting on a capable mechanic to put that motor back together so we can bring it back and put it into the truck, into the old LaFrance fire truck. The $30,000 below that is set aside for potential rebuild of a motor, just like we just did with our engine 3. If you remember, engine 3 has a sister truck, which is our engine number 2. So we were trying to forecast if that truck needs to have that motor rebuilt, just like engine 3 did. We were setting aside funds for that in that instance.
So that's for a working truck?
Yes, yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And the old fire truck, is that the one that
Yeah, that's-
sits in the,
Yep, that's the one that's
Yeah.
downtown in the display
Yeah.
room at station number 2 downtown. That's correct.
And you told me, right, that no funds from the city have come to go into that before? That's all been donated?
That truck was donated by several individuals, and we put it downtown, and we made the decision to try to get that truck to run so that we could use it in specific instances, like, say, the Christmas parade or something like that. But we're just hung up on the Texas Fire Museum, which is the entity that's putting that motor back together for us, to find a mechanic that's capable to put it back together.
so you are trying to rebuild somehow the motor in that old truck too? So is it just currently inoperable?
That truck and that work has already been started. It has been sent. The machine work has already been done. We're just waiting for the labor to put that
That's the
gear back into it.
$35,000.
That's correct.
And if that doesn't happen, it's just inoperable.
Correct.
But it has been inoperable. I mean, it's been sitting there anyway for a long time, right? Okay.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So David, so let me ask, is there any other questions about that particular item? If not, I believe we do have a motion on the floor from David to amend the budget to remove that $35,000. Is that correct, David?
Yes, ma'am.
And do
I
I-
just don't think public funds can buy stuff like that.
So do I have a second for that motion?
May I
Betsy?
ask a question first?
You may.
So is it feasible to do a fundraiser since the funds for it to this point have been donations? Is that realistic?
I think it's realistic. I do think that there are individuals out there that would, donate to such a cause to try to get that truck running again and back in some sort of a condition that we could utilize it instead of it just sitting inside of Station 2 as a kind of like a showpiece in there. Like I said before, though, I mean, some of that work has been done. I would like to see the project through. We've been trying to get that truck since it's been, I don't even know how many years we've been trying to get that truck worked on and fixed up. So I would like to see that push through, but I don't think it's out of the realm of possibilities to seek donations for that.
Well, have we already spent about $35,000 so far?
We haven't spent any money yet.
I thought you said the engine had already been rebuilt.
It has. They have not invoiced us for that work yet. They were going to invoice us for all of that work once they get everything put back together and it comes back to us. The motor
Okay,
is
so
currently.
everything that they've already done, plus the labor to install it, that's anticipated to be about 35,000?
Yes, ma'am.
But if we decide tonight, we don't want to spend the money on the putting it
gonna
back
have
together, we're
to-
still going to owe money.
Yes, we will owe them money. They are very generous. It is the Texas Fire Museum. They are very understanding, as we have been very understanding because they've had our motor for quite a long time because we can't find a mechanic to get it put back together correctly. So, but yeah, we're kind of counting on that money being there just to be honest with you, because we've already started the project, we've already started the
That,
work.
that was my question. It sounds like we're going to owe, whether we approve this or not, we're going to owe some money.
But honestly, our job, elected officials, is to look after the stewardship of taxpayer funds. That's our fiduciary responsibility. This has nothing to do with the operation of the city whatsoever, and this never should have been included in a budget.
If you remember, if I might jump in real quick, Director Allen.
Sure.
We used to carry Santa Claus on a fire truck, and the intent
But it wasn't that one.
The intent was for that to be, that's what we had discussed and talked about and tried to bring to life for so many years. It just never really came to fruition. But I do understand what you're saying as well.
The fire truck that you had Santa ride on was a current operating truck, one that we use that's in service now. And the Christmas parade is not funded by the city. We really have put in a float with doing what you're describing. And honestly, I wouldn't want to be Santa Claus riding on an old vehicle like this that really could stop and hold up the whole parade. Nevertheless, it doesn't matter if it's the Christmas parade or anything to do with Santa or whatever. It's the expense of taxpayer funds, and everything up to this point has been donated from private individuals and companies to that truck. So I can't imagine why we ever decided to start having the city use taxpayer funds to go towards that.
Any other questions?
And Mayor,
Yes, Ken?
just out of curiosity, to your knowledge, is there any kind of grant available that this would fall under?
As I stand here right now, I'm not sure of, but I can definitely look into that.
Maybe we need to look into that as well.
So, I'm sorry, I keep going back to this, but the old fire truck restoration of motor that was requested in 2025, that was for the same thing that now you're requesting for 2026. So we approved it in 2025.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
But the wording on 26 is different. It says replacement. Old fire truck replaced, like the whole thing's being replaced, but it's the same thing.
Right, but I'm just saying, we approved it last year, and that gave them the go-ahead to start the process of the engine rebuild.
That's correct, yes.
Madam Mayor,
Yes,
I'm
Brad?
gonna remove myself from this conversation. I was not on the board at that budget. I am the original purchaser of that fire truck from the Dallas Fire Museum. And I don't know how many chiefs I've gone through. Well, here we are, number 3, that's exactly. And so I don't need to waste any breath on that, but, at the end of the day, in 2017, after the Veterans Day Parade, that's when it was donated to the fire department. I was not in town. I was on the East Coast missing Thanksgiving on a federal fire, my choice. Having said that, whatever comes out of this, I want completely removed because obviously I'm attached. And then I will next year re-gear to pursue whatever funding is required because it looks like that may be the direction that's needed outside of the board, by the way.
Madam Mayor?
Okay, so you are going to recuse yourself from
Yes,
this
I
discussion
please,
and vote?
100%.
Okay. Yes,
In terms of what Mindy was just bringing up, in terms of its placement in the budget, it did not get spent, the $35,000, and that is why on tonight's agenda, we have the budget amendment from the fire department to reallocate unspent STFE funds, ventilation prop, Forge Fire Company, VO2 max testing system for $35,000. So as was explained at the previous agenda or previous meeting was instead of rolling that into next year or whatever, the old fire truck engine, because it didn't get spent, we're having a budget amendment for this year's budget proposed that that 35,000 that didn't get spent go towards the VO2 max. It's letter K on our agenda tonight. So it was intended to be spent, but because it didn't get spent, now there are things that are, so it is now, because it didn't get spent, being put on the 26th agenda for 35,000 for the same thing. But the budget amendment for tonight is regarding buying new things in the 11th hour for not spending it on the engine.
And I understand where you're coming from. My concern is that based on the approval for this project last year, you pursued the project and you're now, I don't know how much labor is, but you're now thousands of dollars into the project that we're gonna have to pay. And we may end up paying in vain because we'll have the motor, but we won't have a way to get it in the truck. So it seems like a lot of money to spend for not being able to actually.
But the 35,000 was not, was allocated from I've heard this from several people, that was set aside to transport the motor here. That's what I've been told by several people, so who knows? I don't know.
I thought that you just said
Transporting
that
it is not the same.
$35,000 was for rebuilding it and putting, and then for the labor to put it into the engine. And it's been rebuilt.
It's not all inclusive. There's still more that it would have to be besides the 35,000.
You're talking about other components on the truck too. We actually took the motor out in-house and transported it in the bed of a pickup there, and we were gonna go pick it up and bring it back ourselves.
Okay.
But it has been
That's
worked
not what
on.
I understood.
It has been worked on.
Yes, it has been worked on, yes, ma'am.
So I think
So-
David still has a motion on the table.
Yeah, so, so I know that we've got a motion, I haven't had a second. And we are going to have a budget discussion in our regular board meeting. We are at 6:30. So unless you all want to vote real quick on this motion, if I have a second, we'll vote on that amendment that has been presented. If not, that discussion you can take up whenever it's, whenever it comes time to discuss the budget in the regular agenda. That's entirely up to the board, but we do need to do one or the other. So do I have a second, or does this motion die lack of a second? We can take it back up during the regular meeting.
I would prefer to take it up during the regular meeting and have like 5 minutes to have a quick break right before we start.
Sure, we will. Okay.
Because we can still talk about any part of the budget during.
Absolutely,
during the
absolutely.
board
Yes,
meeting.
absolutely.
Yeah.
So with that, I am going to call for an adjournment of this workshop. We will start our regular board meeting at 6:40. Give you 10 minutes. Thank you. Call to order the Siloam Springs Board of Directors meeting for December 16th, 2025. Roll call.
Blair,
Here.
Burns,
Here.
Wiles,
Here.
Hunt,
Here.
Rissler, Allen,
Here.
Carroll.
Here.
At this time, I would ask that you all please stand with me as Director Hunt leads us in a word of prayer, and please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Dear Heavenly Father, I thank you for this evening. And I thank you especially for just this season in which we can remember the reason for this season, and that is that you sent your Son to save us. Lord, I just pray that you will guide us as we discuss the city's matters this direct our conversation. It's in Jesus' name I pray.
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. I would like to ask at this time that anyone has an electronic device, please silence that so we don't have an interruption during our meeting and discussions. And thank you very much for doing that. First on our agenda is public input, and I would ask if there is anyone here that would like to address the board on an item that is not on our regular agenda. If so, if you'll come to the podium, give us your name and your address, and once you've given us that, then your 3 minutes will start.
Larry Kennemore, 207 Western Hills Drive. I'm here to address the issue of raising utility rates in Siloam Springs. First, I believe you should have explained to the citizens that the city makes over $30 million a year profit just from the electric rates. And this was really hard to get. I can thank one of the board members here for providing that to us finally after we've asked a number of them to do that. Second, you should provide the citizens with a profit from supplying the water. If there is a no profit, then you should tell us, because that we have not been able to find. Third, explain to the citizens if you're making $30 million plus a year profit, why do you need to raise the electric rates? Fourth, I've addressed the issue with the board members in the past, and it seems that no one wants to talk about that $30 million profit and why the citizens need to have their rates raised. Fifth, businesses are tripling and quadrupling in Siloam Springs every year, thanks to the Chamber's work. We are now a magnet for people around the area to come and shop and eat here, use our roads, water, electricity. If you need more money for your budget, then why not raise the taxes on the sales of this city, or raise the rates to those businesses that pay for the electricity and water instead of putting it on us, the citizens. We're already considered a low-income city. With the utility rate increase, you're making your low-income citizens even poorer. Think about it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? If not, is there anyone that would like to address the board on an item that is on our consent agenda tonight? There is not, so we will move to the consent agenda. Item A, regular meeting minutes, December 2nd, 2025. Item B, workshop meeting minutes, November 20, 2025. Item C, workshop meeting minutes, December 2nd, 2025. Item D, workshop meeting minutes, December 4th, 2024. E, appointments, Parks Advisory Board, Colin Blakely, Connee.
Sorry, that is not correct. That is,
Okay,
is
that's not-
actually Chris Shimer. That is my mistake.
Okay, it's not Colin.
No, it is Chris Shimer, and that's what's in the agenda packet.
Thank
That's
you.
just not correct on yours.
It's not correct here.
Correct,
All
I'm
right.
sorry.
Thank you. So appointments, Parks Advisory Board be Chris Shimer, Connie Broas, and Victor Godinez. Item F, appointments, Utility Commission, excuse me, reappointment of Herbie Galicia and appointment of Jason Gibson. Item G, appointments, Planning Commission, reappointment of Katie Renard, Kevin Williams, and appointment of Richard Olson. Item H, Resolution 45-25, notice of hearing, abandoned graves. Directors, is there any item that you would like to have pulled for separate consideration?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, sir.
could I have item F, please?
Yes, sir. Anyone else? If not, do I have a motion to approve consent agenda as presented with item F removed?
So moved.
I have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Burns,
Yes?
Wiles,
Yes.
Hunt,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
Carroll,
Yes.
Blair,
Yes.
Motion is approved with item F removed. Director Burns, you would like to look at or talk about the appointments for the Utility Commission?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Could, Christina, could I be refreshed on our process for selection?
The city administrator appoints. So the process that we normally go through is that there is an application process, and then the applications are reviewed. But then the board, once the city administrator appoints, the board has to confirm.
Just, I've had an individual used to work for the city that I know is very knowledgeable with utilities. I don't, I don't know I've just, I'm asking that because the individual's concerned that, they weren't selected, so that's the process, and thank you.
Anyone else? If not, do I have a motion to approve item F, the appointments for Utility Commission?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second. I was writing, sorry.
We have a motion and a second for the appointments for the Utility Commission. Roll call.
Wiles.
Yes.
Hunt.
Yes.
Allen.
Yes.
Carroll.
Yes.
Blair.
Yes.
Burns.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Thank you. With that, we will move to staff reports. Christina?
October financials are available in the agenda packet. If you have any questions, please let me or Kim Williams know. And Planning Commission minutes for November 12th are also in the packet.
Directors, any comments or questions about the financials as presented? There is not. So with that, we will move to our regularly scheduled items, beginning with the budget amendment, Fire Department, reallocating unspent STFE funds, ventilation prop, Forge Fire Company ventilation prop, and VO2 max testing system, $35,000. Chief Kendall?
Madam Mayor, members of the board, Dustin Kendall, Fire Chief. We are asking to reallocate unspent STFE funds for 2 items. One of those is a VO2 max testing system. The other is a roof ventilation prop for our training grounds. And these funds were unspent from the old fire truck that we were getting the motor fixed on. That work is not going to be completed this year. We were going to ask for the VO2 max and the roof prop next year, and we were thinking maybe we could utilize those funds this year for those projects since the old fire truck motor was not going to be completed in this calendar year. We did ask for those funds for the old fire truck motor to be put into 2026's STFE capital request. And we're available for any questions if you have any. I know there was several questions at the last meeting, and hopefully you received our answers to those questions via email through our city administrator. And if you have any questions, I'm available. And I also have Battalion Chief Garbett here as well that can answer some of those questions, especially pertaining to the VO2 max testing system, if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So directors, any questions at this time?
Madam Mayor?
Betsy?
With the roof prop, I understand, training is super important, and I want y'all to be at your best. I know other cities come train here, and I think it was mentioned, is there a way, since we have a lot of nice equipment, is there a way that we can get paid for the training and the things we do just to help out with how much money we've spent and other cities are using it too?
Go ahead. You mind? I was a division chief of training for a little while, especially during this year. And one of the things we were looking at is how can we get some of our consumable costs back from especially departments. A lot of our departments within this Northwest Arkansas, we kind of share training. So we will go to Fayetteville, we will go to Springdale, we will go and utilize their facilities. There are certain trainings that there's a Metro Chiefs organization where we kind of pay into, and it's all funded so that we can do our academies. And so there is a very much joint sharing. There are other departments, though, especially smaller departments, volunteer departments that do come train with us, where we are looking to, and we've been in talks with them on how to kind of share some of the costs with consumables, especially so that we're not just spending all our money. I will say, though, especially the departments that we're working with are our direct link to our help. That's who's going to be there first to help us out. So it does directly benefit the citizens of the city to have those departments better and working with us and in cohesion. So, I mean, we're looking for a direct link, but we're also looking for ways that we can, and trying to set up negotiation to get some kind of funding in here from them and to address that.
Yeah, which, I mean, that would be great, especially if, I don't know if we're buying the bulk of equipment compared to other places, or...
Compared to, say, Gentry or Gallatin, yes, 100%. Springdale or other departments that come over and with us, they are buying a lot of their own things, and we are sometimes hosting classes here. Like, for example, ours big draw here, and one of the things I've been teaching for years is water rescue. We pretty much supply that for their area. That's our bailiwick. For other things such as confined space and some other different classes, we will go a lot of times to other areas. We're looking to try and help bring some of that in, because those are some of our high-risk things too. So those will be future plans and trying to work towards that. But for a lot of our other classes, we will share and we will go to them for, and a lot of it's paid for as far as material, books, and all that through the Arkansas Fire Academy, because that's who basically puts on the classes. And so there is a very much so symbiotic relationship between all the departments and what we're doing for each other. It's not like we're giving out. And yes, we do have a lot of good equipment, and we are very grateful and thankful for the things that we have. But a lot of these other departments. Now, there are other departments, like I was mentioning, a lot of the volunteer departments and different places like that we're trying to work with them.
And I understand that. It's just some of the bigger cities have a much larger tax base.
100%.
And yeah, and higher income and everything else.
And if it was feasible for us to send people constantly, especially for example, the roof prop. The roof prop is a high-risk proposition as far as things that we do, but it is very necessary because, one, it alleviates the heat and smoke and helps us search better, helps us put out the fire faster, helps us get the victims, and makes a more survivable space. It's not something that we get to do every day in fire, and a lot of guys have not done it since their rookie school consistently. And so to throw someone into those situations, we were talking about liability earlier, and not trying to incur more, and trying to teach and prevent these problems. That's what these training devices help us do. They help us create repetitive training scenarios, realistic training scenarios, with this one with different pitches and all kinds of different sizes of number dimensions, and it helps us train to all the different styles of houses, business, community, whatever we have in the city. Will help us train towards doing the ventilation properly on that. It takes a lot of I have a presentation if you guys want it, but I have a presentation that has a picture of dance steps on there, because a lot of it is footwork, a lot of it is muscle, and you do not want to have someone up there trying to figure it out in the moment, or remember in the moment. You want it to be clear.
Yes, and you want it to be instinct.
Exactly.
I get that. Two other questions. The VO2 max.
Yes, ma'am.
Are other cities in Northwest Arkansas using that?
Springdale has started up its system. It's very early piloting with that. They are also looking at the same, or they have also purchased pretty much the same type system. One of the things that we found, I found during one of our classes that I took through the National Fire Academy, was the Health and Safety Program Manager class, was the shift that has gone to doing the physical fitness tests in not a just one-stop shop for like Director Burns brought up the JBU stairs and trying to go up and down and seeing where that is. We're trying to analyze and see every component of the physicality. So from muscle strength, endurance, and aerobic capacity, and this fits within that whole encompassing test, and is kind of the key crux of it, because aerobic capacity has the greatest, has like a 90% correlation with like overall performance and athletic endurance and capabilities. And so this has become such a focus for NFPA, for our standards that we are told we need to follow and what we will be judged by in any kind of court situation or anything else. Are we following these standards? This is what matches up with that.
So you get the information, and then last time we talked about, information's great, but
Yeah,
do you have a plan to use it? And Chief Kendall had
glad you asked.
mentioned that.
Yeah.
So, but will it also, I mean, is there going to be a standard that like everybody has to have this certain amount of oxygen in their lungs, or they can't be a firefighter, or?
It's more going to the expired gases that you're giving off at a certain level of performance, and where is your oxygen level kind of kicking off, and where is your anaerobic side kicking in. There is a standard, and it's not arbitrarily sent. There's hundreds of thousands of individuals and data points that that the Cooper Institute has, and I can go on and on, but I'm not going to, about the study and how the NFPA and everybody formulated this and brought this in. It is not, to kind of think where you're going, is it going to be like a punitive point? No, but there are medical reasons why you cannot fight fire. And if your heart and your lung capacity and your oxygenation and everything like that isn't to par, doesn't make these points, you're not able to do the job. And that's a danger to everyone, either on the team, to the individual themselves, and everybody. We're putting everybody at risk if we don't identify these individuals and figure out what to do in order to either improve them or get them figure out if there's something medically wrong that they can't fix. But that's where it becomes a medical decision and not necessarily a punitive decision. We have 2 individuals right now that we have already sent through the Fit to Thrive training through the IAFF, which is perfectly modeled to do the testing and also take that information and how to utilize it and to construct workout programs and stuff based on which facet. Was it strength? Was it endurance? Was it aerobic capacity? And start working towards a plan of, and holding them accountable and getting them moving to it. If the person is unwilling, then that is another whole aspect. But if they are, then they will make improvements, and we will get them out of that danger zone, and we will move them on. That's what this is really about, and this is what the program focuses on, is improving, making sure that we're not just sitting there giving you the minimal. We want to make sure, we want to raise the floor, we want to get everybody moving forward and improved. That's really what it's about.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, David?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have no problem with our city, these pieces of equipment. What I have a problem with is amending the budget in the 11th hour, the last meeting of the year, when we're actually reviewing the budget for 2026. And we're reallocating from non-spending the money for the old fire truck engine in order to spend it on something else. I've said it before, the city's got to operate like a business, and there's nothing wrong with coming in under budget. I have no problem with expending this in next year's budget, but these were not things that were even on the 2026 budget before when we first got it. Rarely do I ever turn down requests from our safety department, but I don't like seeing things reallocated just for the need to spend money that we didn't already spend. It's the board's fiduciary duty, elected officials, the principle of management of taxpayer money. And so I would prefer that this be added to the next year budget. There's nothing wrong with coming in under budget. There's nothing wrong with adding to the budget and making it bigger than is expected when you need equipment. So my problem is the timing, and I just can't see buying stuff that we've not already budgeted this late in the year.
Anyone else? If not, is there anyone in the audience that would like to address this budget amendment for the fire department? There is not. I will come back to the board and ask if I have a motion to approve the budget amendment for the fire department reallocating the unspent STFE funds.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion that we move this amount of money and the expenditures for it into the 2026 budget.
I have a motion to move this item to the 2026 budget. Do I have a second? I do not. The motion dies for lack of a second. So I will ask again, do I have a motion to approve this budget amendment?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve. Roll call.
Hunt. Allen.
No.
Carroll.
Yes.
Blair.
Yes.
Burns.
Yes.
Wiles.
Yes.
Motion is approved for the budget amendment. The next item is contract for Public Works Department, Wastewater Services, Trekk Design Group, Sanitary Sewer Collection System Improvements, $209,962. Danny?
Danny Farine, Water Distribution Superintendent. And Madam Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the board, the proposal is for getting some engineering performed for about 10,000 feet of sewer line upgrades. We've had a study done in the past that shows over 100,000 feet of line that needs to be replaced or upgraded. So this is a portion of that to get the engineering performed so we can start installing and changing out some sewer lines. There is some force main on there as well that will go from a lift station off Villaview and Dogwood, but a lot of this is just lines that's undersized or over capacity that we're trying to get upgraded and repaired, changed out. With that, you have any questions, I'll feel free to.
Thank you, Danny. Directors, comments or questions?
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Brad?
Danny, what was that footage again on? I'm sorry, I didn't copy that.
There's about 10,000 feet that this will
That this
be
money's
engineering
gonna
for,
address, okay,
yes.
thank you.
Anyone else? Not, is there anyone in the audience that would like to address this contract for the Public Works Department? If not, directors, do I have a motion to approve the contract with Public Works Department Wastewater Services, $209,962?
So moved.
Second?
Have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Allen.
Yes.
Carroll.
Yes.
Blair.
Yes.
Burns.
Yes.
Wiles.
Yes.
Hunt. Yes.
Motion is approved. Thank you, Danny. Next is Contract Public Works Department, Water Services, Freese and Nichols, Water System Hydraulic Model, $250,000. Looks like you again, Danny.
Yes, Danny Farine, Water Distribution Superintendent, and this is for a contract for Freese Nichols to do the hydraulic water model. This will allow us to be able to determine, with the growth that's happening in the city, what's going on with the water lines and the water system. We're getting up there on the capacity for our existing tanks and towers, And this will show us in the next 5 years or so where a new tank needs to be built at, and also show us any deficiencies in our system so they can start getting addressed. And with that, I'll take any questions that you may have.
Thank you, sir. I was just thinking today, I wonder when we're going to have to build a new water tank, so I'm glad we're addressing that. So directors, comments or questions?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
So on the deficiency side, how is that determined? Are we doing more smoke testing? Is there, are you running a camera through the lines? I mean, or is it a pressure at the hydrant?
Yeah, this is just for the hydraulic side, so it's just the water only on it. They'll actually, once they run the model in the system, we'll go out and check hydrants, make sure they're meeting what the model says it should, make sure there's no deficiencies in it, and if there is, we'll identify either lines that have tuberculation and you build up on the inside of them, or any valves that may be not fully
Just give you
open.
a couple addresses right now?
Yeah.
No, I'm joking. So is that going to recommend hydrant replacement? Because my observation since the time I've been around is it's largely in the older parts of town.
Correct, yes.
And be honest with you, I mean, it's been that way for a long time. And so does this set the template in place so that we're actually doing replacement of those hydrants?
Yes, this will go for our ISO rating. It will identify, low flow areas and be able to get, additional line size for additional flows at hydrants.
That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you, sir.
Anyone else? If not, is there anyone in the audience that would like to address the contract for Public Works Department? There is not. Directors, do I have a motion to approve this contract for the $250,000 with Freese and Nichols?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Carroll,
Yes.
Blair,
Yes.
Burns,
Yes?
Wiles,
Yes.
Hunt,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
Motion is approved. Thank you, Danny. Next is budget amendment for the Police Department, employee bonus 2025 STFE reserve funds, $336,000. Chief Miller.
Madam Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the board, Scott Miller, Chief of Police. And I think there's a correction on that amount. It was corrected. It should be $282,000. Before you use a budget amendment to allocate $282,000 of the public safety sales tax revenue funds to provide a one-time $5,000 bonus to each of the full-time sworn police department employees, supported by a one-year employment agreement that includes a repayment clause for early separation, with the exceptions in the case of eligibility retirements and/or at the discretion of the city administrator. This budget amendment is a prudent and targeted action to retain experienced officers and stabilize the police department and protect the community's safety while exploring long-term compensation solutions for next budgeting cycles. This is coming after our surrounding nearby departments' salary increases ranging from anywhere from 8 to 47% difference compared to our starting salary here in Siloam Springs. We were requesting this budget amendment to stabilize staffing losses, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, sir. Directors, any comments or questions? There is none?
Oh, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Betsy.
And I'm pro law enforcement. My husband's retired after 37 years with Kansas City, Missouri. I'm struggling. I have heard from other employees who are not happy that the police would get this, and I understand. My understanding is the state raised the pay for state troopers, and then other areas raised it earlier this year. I know last year, when the rest of the employees got 7%, police got 10 to 12% raises, which elevated their step raises. And as far as this year turnover, because I ask, what does turnover look like, attrition rate, across the board for all the departments, because we do have some water, wastewater, sanitation, that there's a lot of turnover. I received that there were 4 uniform officers. One was at the beginning of the year before the pay increased. One, the job just wasn't for them. One went to Farmington, but who does pay a lot more, and they live there. I mean, it doesn't seem like at this point it is a revolving door. And when I ask for figures, just to see, the lowest paid is $46,000, but with holiday pay and overtime, it actually equals $51,000. But if you include 24.5% retirement and all of that, it's $83,000. And I know this also includes, this request includes command staff who seem to make a really good living. Yeah, it's not a problem yet. And they do get the holiday bonus and overtime. I'm struggling with why this is needed right now, especially just given, our budget is rough. It's tight. Yeah, so I'm just struggling with why right now when we aren't having a problem with turnover. Yeah, and command staff being included, that's just a lot of money.
This is a strategic move to prevent that loss. We've worked really hard creating this culture within our department, and I was proud to stand before you not that long ago and talk about our 92% retention rate. But in today's economy with the inflation, no different than how the citizens are feeling it, the officers are feeling that as well. And when you talk about a 47% difference, in most cases, I think the average starting pay is about $50,000, where starting pay is $43,000. And there are years of experience and other benefits that the cities are offering around us, as well as $5,000 signing bonuses, upwards of $10,000 signing bonus. For example, for Fayetteville. Fayetteville starts off at $61,000 and change. And if you're a certified officer, you can get a $10,000 signing bonus. And depending on your years of service, a 5-year guy will get a $10,000 signing bonus, and his starting pay at Fayetteville Police Department with his current training is $88,000 a year. So that's why we're doing this. We are trying to prevent the loss right now because the city cannot absorb those kind of salary increases. So this was an outside of the box attempt to stop the potential bleeding in the meantime of figuring out what we can do going forward in the future. Because I anticipate as the economy continues to do this, that we'll have more officers tempted to leave, just like our young officer that just started here left to Farmington because that was a significant pay increase for him.
And I understand, but my understanding is he's also from Farmington, so that would make sense.
The second part of that is recruitment, and we do have some current openings right now. And of all the applicants and interviews that we have done, we have found 0 viable candidates that can pass background. And a lot of it has to do with the starting pay, where we're at compared to our neighbors that are seeing more applicants and better applicants than we are, which we haven't seen over the last 2 years.
Which I understand, and we're not, we can't compete with Fayetteville. We don't have that kind of income. So what, because our budget probably isn't going to look really any better next year. What happens next year?
I don't have that answer right before you today, which is why I'm trying to be very strategic and trying to prevent this. But we are the lowest paid agency in Northwest Arkansas compared to Gentry and Delaware County, even in Oklahoma, which is going to be an issue moving forward in retention and recruitment.
What about the bonuses for command staff who make in the 70s, 80s, over 100,000? I mean, that,
Well,
I guess I can
again,
see it better for ones who aren't, making that much.
in comparison to other areas in the city, they're very underpaid. And I won't use them, I'll just use myself as an example. As the chief of police, my sister, who's a captain at Fayetteville, makes a considerable amount more money than I do as just a captain at Fayetteville Police Department. And my counterparts make a considerable amount. So again, to stop a lot of for the first time ever in the history of this department, we have 7 employees that have over 20 years. That 20 years at another department translates to a lot of money. And so I'm just trying to keep that training and experience and investment that we've made here. And just another statistic for you, if we lose a 3-year officer, it costs this city $260,000 to replace that person. By the time you train them, equip them, and get them back to a 3-year mark is $260,000.
So what do I say to the other employees who don't get paid well, who aren't getting these bonuses? But they're working hard and even, well, in electric, they're climbing poles and dealing with hot electric. And, how do I justify it to them?
I don't have that answer for you, but I would be on their bandwagon just the same because I do talk to the other department heads and stuff, and everybody is going to be facing this issue in the next few years. Simmons is hiring entry-level workers right now for $24 to $26 an hour.
Yeah, and it's
So
hard.
it's not just my department. I just have the ability to try to do an immediate fix until we can all come together with a long-term solution.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Mindy.
So I always appreciate being proactive, so I appreciate that you are looking at this as sort of a strategic plan moving forward to be able to retain your officers and recruit new officers. I do have some of the same concerns that Betsy has brought up with just how other staff perceive this. It doesn't seem like it's just a huge problem now. Now, I do understand that the recent increase is relatively new, right, across the area. In terms of leaving here to go elsewhere, it does seem like even though a lot of the cities on the corridor and even just sort of around the corridor, they pay more. But at this point, I think it's costs a lot more. Your money doesn't go as far over there because it costs a lot more to live over there. Are you having police officers stay here but then work over there?
Majority of our police officers do not live in the city
In the city?
because the cost of living elsewhere is cheaper than in the city.
You mean they're not living in Fayetteville, Springdale, Rogers, or Benville.
They're living in Gravette or they're living
Right.
over in Oklahoma or
Okay,
Gentry.
yeah, okay. Is there any wiggle room? I mean, is there any negotiating the amount?
I mean, we are at the pleasure of the board. I just felt like this
I-
was the amount that put
Yeah.
them at that 50,000 range going into next year that would compensate them until we can figure out a long-term solution. I'm very, very well aware of the raises because of not anything that we did as staff, but that the COLA raises created going into last year. we have been very physically mindful of our STFE fund, which is why we have the projected $1.9 million. Also, that was in anticipation of trying to find a new building and do other things. So even this year, we will not spend our entire budget, and it'll roll over into next year. We've been very prudent over that the last 2 years, and I continue to do that moving forward. I'm just trying to, again, be proactive and think of a short-term solution until we can figure out a longer-term solution.
And I do understand that, I do appreciate that, and I really want to hear what other board members are thinking about it as well.
Yes, Brad?
Well, I'll chime in. With Chief Miller, we have a long history of pay with the city of Siloam Springs, but if you recall, about 2014-ish, we had a large turnover in the mid-2000s of the fire department. You lost a lot of senior personnel, and that's why you have I wouldn't call extremely, but fairly young fire department. It causes damage because then you have to go back and train and bring in outside training to get that mental fortitude back. So recruitment and retention's been a constant problem here. And I was getting a wellness check earlier this year, and if I say the word Calvin Hobbes, he'll shoot me, but I don't see him that often. I had my head shaved, he didn't recognize me, but we had a conversation as we were waiting on our results, and it goes back to Al Gregory days, Jim Coral and Mark Latham, because Siloam, we always use as an example cities of like size. And even back then, that was the competition. We are competing with the corridor, and yes, we cannot financially compete with them, but we have to have tools in the toolbox. And so one of the things that we did do right was we took it to the vote of the citizens, and they made sure that PD and FD had funding. PD and FD have always had employee problems because they're on a lot fee system and they have a retirement, right? So that separates them completely from everybody else, right? And we kick it in, AML, we kick in, it's just the way it is. And what we're forgetting about is what it requires. I didn't have the tolerance coming out of the military to be a police officer. I just don't have what it takes. De-escalation techniques that they're using now, I mean, you know, we're talking about not everybody can be a policeman, not everybody can be a fire person. That's real life. And is there better pay for that? Yes. Is it more competitive? Yes. So the taxpayers spoke. These guys have funding. This is so minimal because what's coming up on our table, and it could happen while I'm sitting here, it may roll over, but we're going to have real conversations about their location and growing that department. And we can't grow those departments if they don't have the funding. And I get it when it comes to the employee side, but the employee side is we have to create opportunity to increase those revenues so that we can get the funding back. I don't like a 2% COLA more than anybody else because it's not a COLA. It's not a cost of living. And we can justify it because our insurance didn't go up, but really at the end of the day, it doesn't get them where it needs to be. We have city work to do, and we're not going to get to it this year. And there's always going to be that disgruntled employee. And I argued with past administration sitting in Ward 2 spot because Siloam's a great place to live. Our cost of living is cheaper. And I would say, no, none of that matters because at the end of the week, if you can't take home a paycheck, that paycheck matters, right? And everything else is irrelevant. So the next generation, they don't see a 401k. You know, they don't see those things, the deferred compensation plans. They're seeing it weekly right there. They're the Gen Xers or the next whatever. So pay is big. It doesn't help with the retention, but it is a tool in the toolbox. Recruitment and retention for these kind of people, if he has the funds available, I think it's appropriate, but we need to look at 26 and go, how can we make that next budget better? What is available for us to do that? And we've had opportunity, we lost opportunity that created revenue. And housing isn't gonna be our solution. And whether we like it or not, it's happening tonight, it's coming to the table. It's gonna happen. You know, it's the restaurants coming in. We might consider revisiting the hamburger tax. I know we didn't like that before. But when people pass through town, you know, we want some of their money, right? We've got to get creative and start thinking about things in the past that we didn't like so that we can meet the other employees' needs. That is my 3 cents.
Thank you,
It
Brad.
was helpful to hear what it cost us to lose a 3-year.
And a 5-year employee is $325,000. You know, I get everybody in the city, every employee is struggling. You know, I hear from my officers all the time, the average rent in Siloam Springs is $1,050, that's the average. But a 3-bedroom house rental in Siloam Springs is about $1,600 a month now. That's why a lot of them don't live
It's that much more
within the city.
over on the corridor. That's
And it
what's
is
so
more on the
crazy.
corridor.
But you're right, thank you.
Anyone else? David?
Thank you. Scott, it sounds like your biggest problem is the starting pay is too low. And maybe that's where we need to address the problem, is to nip it at the beginning, at the starting level. The memo you provided has all these other cities and what their starting pay is. Washington County, Benton County, they're not that much higher than Siloam. I'm really wondering what the pay is for all the other jobs for these cities, because I don't believe we would be that far off on our positions compared to theirs. So I think your starting pay is probably the issue. I think no matter what, everybody, when they compare, and there's no secret, I'll just tell everybody, there's no secrets amongst pay amongst employees. Everybody knows what everybody else makes. There's always talking. It's been that way in private business. It's been that way in government. Everybody compares their paycheck and everything else, so there's no secrets. I think what people lack to understand is that on top of the yearly salary, there's at least 30 to 35% on top of that of benefits that are valued that many people dismiss. They don't include it in the overall because they just look at pay. Everybody just, it's easy to just look at pay and we don't look at the benefits. And I think we are very competitive on benefits. We provide vision, dental, life insurance. There's a whole benefit guide that we have gone much different than even 15 years ago on how many benefits the city provides to all the employees. The problem I have here is just like with what I spoke a moment ago to Dustin, that it's in the last meeting of the year. You want to revise this year's budget instead of putting it into next year's budget. You put this on the agenda last week, so there's not been a whole lot of time for the board to review everything. I mean, what we have is your memo. And it's just the starting pay for all these other cities. Siloam has always been different on the west side of the county, on the state line, different challenges, different problems than many of the other cities on the corridor. But how do we respond? For example, to people who do office jobs, in that you're giving a $5,000 bonus to everyone in your office staff. But the other office staff throughout the city are not getting that bonus. How do we answer that? The next question is, how do we respond to the fire department who says, well, they're a safety department, we're a safety department. I understand that the tax money is for your department. I get that. I understand that. That's not a question. But the nearly $2 million that's there now is going to take quite a chunk when you consider $350,000 for bonuses. This is not to raise them to an acceptable level, even though that's the goal. This is just a bonus. And as I said a moment ago, there's no secrets. To learn that the staff of the police department was told ahead of time that this was going to be done before board approval, before city administrator approval, and it was supposed to be $10,000 per employee. That was what was relayed to all the police department staff, was that there was going to be a $10,000 bonus for every police employee. That's tough. I don't think that is the way to go about getting a bonus for the men and women who are on the streets and doing the hard job of being a police officer. And there is no one here except yourself and any other police officers or former police officers that can compare or sympathize or understand what our police or any police go through in their everyday job. But it is a hard thing for this board to have this plopped in our lap instead of putting it in next year's budget. I would rather vote to table this until we have more information, or vote to put it in the 26th budget. Because I think that this is really a last minute, end of year pressure on this board to do this. I'll say it like I said in the last proposal from the fire department, I rarely turn down a request from our emergency departments. But so I got to admit, I got to tell you, it's frustrating to see that there's no designation of or distinction of who will get them and who won't get them. And there are an awful lot, I mean an awful lot, of our officers that have gotten promotions, new promotions, in the last couple years. Big pay bumps, some 2 promotions in 2 years. And that's a huge pay jump in itself. So to say we're about to lose police officers, maybe that is down the road. I don't think it's happening tomorrow, and I don't think it's happening in January. That's why I believe really we need more information, and I wish we could table this.
If I may address some of your questions.
Well, I'm not done talking, just a moment. Go ahead.
I believe the memo that I submitted says it's just for the sworn employees, not all employees. Christina and I had a conversation about that, and we looked at and compared their salaries and stuff, and that discrepancy wasn't the same. And so it was just for the sworn employees, not all employees.
That's not what the memo says.
Well,
The memo says
there's
to
a memo I
provide
submitted
all
said-
full-time Siloam Springs Police Department employees, all, with a one-time bonus check of $5,000, with written one-year employment agreement, which I'm still lost as to what that, I mean, have you written that employment agreement? Have you had legal approve that employment agreement?
We were going to write that in, upon your approval.
That should have already been provided and to where we can make sure this is,
But I submitted a second memorandum to correct that memorandum. I guess that's why the amount is different. I submitted a second memorandum to Christina and Janae that it was just sworn employees and it was going to be 282.
when did you send that?
We did get an email from Christina with the list of sworn officers, which,
On the 9th.
yeah, and then she forwarded that on to us. So my assumption was it was just sworn officers. I guess it doesn't state it specifically in the email that you sent.
I sent the revised memorandum. So I assumed that's what they had.
If that was my mistake, I apologize. That was not intentional to have put the wrong memo in there.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we table this till the next board meeting.
That would be the first meeting in January. So I have a motion to table the budget amendment until the January, what date is that? January 6th. In just a moment, yes, sir. Well, not if we table. It'll be the next meeting before it's discussed, if we table it at this meeting. So that would be until January the 6th. Do I have a second for that motion to table? Motion dies for lack of a second. So do I have any other discussion from the board? Yes, Reed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Chief, thank you for the work that you have done to prepare this. I do know, I'm aware that this is at the end of the year, but I also know that just from the numbers, if we lose 3 officers, it's going to be about the same dollar as you're requesting to get them back. And how many officers do we have there sworn, or approximately?
There's 51 sworn in the department right now.
So what is that, a 7 or 8%? 3 of them were, so I feel like the dollar amount is not so much the issue as, to me, this started back even when we started going to try to change pay, and we were all excited about the fact that we got pay up to where it's equal. It was late in the year, and then in the beginning of the year, everybody else raised their pay, so we were just right back where we started. And you've been dealing with that, what's it been, 3 years, I think we've been working with that. So I feel like I have an understanding of where you're coming from with this. And I do know that our first objective with the city of Siloam Springs is the safety of our people. and the police department, fire department. I even include our teachers as part of that. They're the front lines. And I don't see what you're wanting to do as being the fix. I do, that's something that I plan to vote yes on. But having said that, I would strongly recommend that we start January, February, March, getting ready for how are we going to take care of this in long term so that we can, number one, get good people and then retain those good people and continue to have this city be who we are, because we've got a tall order. Yeah, we're about 22,000 people, but we deal with state line where you have things coming across that line that we don't even hear about. You all get to take care of it and squelch it, and we just think this is Mayberry. And I'm okay with that, but I know that when you go to bed at night, it's a little bit different Mayberry than what I see. And I applaud you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Mayor?
Anyone? Yes, Ken?
Something Reed said just maybe sent my mind in a little bit different direction. But say we did lose 3 officers. And to me, safety is number one. What would that do to your service level?
We would have
Having the
to,
fact that you cannot find suitable replacement.
we would have to reallocate the current resources, whether it be shutting down the traffic unit or the street crimes unit, to backfill and supplement the patrol division. And or eventually detectives and SROs. We would have to pull them.
Our ability to serve the community would drop.
It would decline, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Brad?
I just want to be clear, I'm obligated by my past life to support fire and police. I am, as a board member, disappointed in the communication with staff, not getting things updated towards the end of the year. We knew coming into this budget, right? We knew we started late. That's just a reality of life. And so it's frustrating, and we have a lot of outside pressure. And I'm okay with pressure. So there's a lot of pressure from the public when it comes to finances and a lot of other things that are going on within Siloam with street conditions, all those sort of things, utility increases, all those sort of things. And my experience in the past is, that tends to manifest itself out when you come to the table in the last hour, because that's what it is. And that kind of comes out and projects out. But I have to support fire and police. But I know in 2026 that I feel positive we'll get things back on the table. And at the end of the day, we can go to one person, that'd be the city administrator. And if we continue to have these problems, and that's the fix. But right now, we're kind of in a position, so for whatever reason, we're not getting the up-to-date information, and that's not acceptable. So it's not on you, it's not whatever. Somewhere in the system it failed, and it would have been a lot easier on you tonight if we'd had that information brought forward in this packet, because that's how it's supposed to work, right? So, you have my support, but going in the future, we have to do better. And I put that on me as a board member. We have to create the environment to provide the city administrator with the financial tools for the department heads to keep recruitment and retention. And that's what we have to do. And so I look at this at the end of the year. I've done an after-action review on myself. my first year back on the board. What do I need to change? And how can I do better? How can I get, we're gonna get a new city administrator in. We've got to get things back online, and when the communication doesn't happen properly, then we can follow the correction channels of discipline and make those corrections internally through the city administrator so that when you bring something to us, it's up to date, current data. And so that's the only solution I see. But thank you for looking out for your officers. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Brad. Anyone else? Betsy?
Madam Mayor, so it was brought up it would bring the level of officers down. My understanding is we actually have more police per capita than anybody in the area. And actually, when I looked online, more than most every city in the state. I know we have 412, which is a big deal, and we have a large Benton County presence because of 412, which means a lot of our money is going towards first responders, which I do think is important. But I guess why do we have such a large police department compared to everybody else, and including having Benton County Sheriff a large presence?
Well, a lot of it has to do for a lot of different reasons. And I know everybody does the police per capita, which if you can look back and study crime rates and things like that, that's kind of a farce. It doesn't match up. Part of the reason we have such a large police force is because of the amount of people we actually police. It's not just the 20,000 citizens of Siloam Springs. It's roughly, at least according to the last Pacer data I saw, we have about 84,000 people a day in town. We have the second largest point of entry into the state in the amount of traffic. So with the increase in the schools requesting for SROs, we increased the amount of officers because they wanted a traffic unit to solely concentrate on traffic. We had to expand our criminal investigations division because of the amount of caseload that they're carrying right now. And even as of today, they're hovering around 30 cases apiece that they're actively working, which by industry standards is pretty high, which means they're juggling a lot. And so as the city continues to grow and we deal with outside entities, plus we're an anomaly, we're a bordering city, we're the largest city on the western half of Benton County. So all of northwest Oklahoma, a lot of our western Benton County people come here to work, shop, eat, and those things. And the casino presents an additional set of crime that we have to address on a given day. So when you look at the totality of addressing all of these areas that we need to be proactive in, it takes a lot of resources, just like when we have special events. The Christmas parade took 22 officers just to safely do the Christmas parade. So all of those special events, all of those things take resources, and we operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So that's why you see so many resources.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Mindy?
I just need help with the math here. You said, I understand it's not 336, you said 282, but did you say there were 51 sworn officers?
51.
51 that would each be getting 5,000. That comes to 255,000. What's the extra?
The taxes, so that they actually get a $5,000 check. So it's a little bit more with the taxes and stuff. So they take home 5,000.
Oh, okay. So they wouldn't be taxed on that 5,000.
Is that did you get your answer, Mindy? You have anything else?
But they get 5,000, we pay the taxes on that 5,000, basically. They don't have to pay the taxes.
That's a her question.
So technically, they will pay the taxes, they will pay their federal and state tax
Right.
on their,
Taxes.
when they pay them at the year end. But the city will pay the gross up amount for the amount that we pay for FICA.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
David, did you have a question?
Yeah, I just went back to the first revised agenda. I mean, we've had it revised 2 or 3 times, and it still didn't have the 200-something thousand number. So if that was provided, I never saw anything except 336 for all Siloam Springs Police Department employees. As I said, Chief, I am not against this. I just believe we needed more time and more information, and dropping it into us last week, I just don't think it's very respectful to the board to do this. I think your problem is your entry level, and I would rather see this money go to buff up, whatever you call it, your entry level. It is frustrating that, and of course, we've learned a lot of mistakes from the previous administrator on almost like a Trump executive order, things that were done without board approval. The Johansson Company did the pay survey for the board, and it was a 3-year change, each year moving all salaries up. But the police department got step raises, which was their own version of pay increases. But 2 years ago, they didn't just get the 7% that everyone got across the board. They also got their step raise, which put some of them at 12 to 15% for 1 year, because Mr. Gilbert said to do that. He was just going to find the money. I don't think that was right. It didn't treat the rest of the employees right. And I still don't think that this is right by the other employees. But as I said a moment ago, none of us can understand this job or appreciate it as it is because we don't do it. We can't fathom what goes into this job, and therefore it has to be looked at differently overall than any other job that is associated with the city. And I think that is how you can justify a differentiation in department pay. The one concern I had on your memo, it did say additional incentives, this is regarding other cities, additional incentives such as signing bonuses and fully paid medical benefits. Do we not provide fully paid medical benefits?
No, sir, our employees have to pay a certain amount for their, we pay our employee costs, or if you have a family, then you pay that family cost. Other
what's the
departments such as
percentage?
Town have 100% paid, meaning nothing comes out of their check for their medical benefits. And there's several of the surrounding departments are going to that.
What do our people pay? Our employees pay,
So,
percentage-wise?
So our employees pay they pay 11% of the premium, and that's whether it's an individual or a family.
Okay. So now I see what you're saying, fully paid. That would definitely make a difference.
And I would be curious to know if that's for the individual or for the family, because an individual, there are a lot of places that
Tawny-
fully pay in individual, but not necessarily family.
Town is family and employee. State police is family and employee. Those are the ones I know of off the top of my head.
Well, I just knew that Fayetteville did every employee, just the employee, and then you paid for the amounts above that.
But that's a significant amount when you add that back
It
into
is a very significant amount.
somebody's salary.
The only other problem I have is that we've had some employees that have been with us a long time and suddenly get a big promotion 2 years ago, get another promotion last year, and now we're gonna give a big bonus. And I just, with the 3-year pay survey plan that we set up and approved, listen, man, I was here when we were a revolving door, so I know, when Ken brought it up last board meeting, I know exactly what he's talking about. Because I've seen it, where we were a training ground. No matter what we did, we could not match, keep, do whatever you had to do to compete with the big cities. It was like the little city versus the big city. And it's just tough when you are David versus Goliath. But we did, 3 years ago, as a board, approve this pay survey change, and went through across the board, not just PD, but across the board, pay changes, increases every year for the last 3 years, based upon the consultant, Johansson and Associates, brought to us, and it was based on survey of all cities and what they did. So we have narrowed that gap a lot, in my opinion. But as Ken said at the last meeting, I agree, you have to constantly be on top of it, mindful of it. If I had my druthers, I would use the money to raise pay, yearly pay, instead of paying a one-time bonus. Because the bonus is nice, and everybody can go use it on Christmas presents, but that's not gonna keep coming throughout the year. And I would rather see us reevaluate. At least if your problem is retaining past the 1 to 5 years.
So, and I apologize for bringing this last minute, I guess, in my mind, because it was reserved funds, it wasn't.
No, I agree.
Yeah,
You guys
so-
have the money. Yeah.
But when we spoke earlier this year, when we first started doing budget amendments, so since the pay study, the state police came back and so all this has changed since that pay study. That pay study would look way different
This is
today.
news to me. I didn't know this.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's what's changed the game. State police did theirs back in June when they did their budget and raised their starting trooper pay to $67,500 plus all of their benefits. And that trickled across everywhere. And then, so we looked at that and what it would cost to raise our current base pay, which would raise all of our step pays. And it was gonna be, by my math, and I'm not an accountant by any stretch of the word, somewhere around $880,000 extra into our annual budget. So this was the next viable option that I could think of. And I'm not sure who told you we were getting 10,000, because I only had this conversation with Christina and a few select members of my command staff.
Well,
And it was only this $5,000.
it got around. As I said, there's no secrets, and I even heard there was disappointment with some of the police officers that they just decided not to come to the Christmas party. And that's disappointing if that was their thought, that they don't even know if they're gonna get it or not. So that's what's frustrating is, and it could all be just griping employees that trying to.
Well, this
stir up
wasn't
trouble.
proposed until after the Christmas party. I didn't even propose it to Christina until after the Christmas party.
Well, I'm done, Madam Mayor, I'm done.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else? If not, then yes, I will open the floor for any public comments on the budget amendment. Need your name and address.
Larry Kennemore, 207 Western Hills Drive.
Thank you.
I got to say, sitting here listening to this, I'm absolutely amazed that this board, you better go back and realize the oath that you took is to protect the citizens. The first thing in your oath you took You heard Reed Carroll say that. You took that oath to do that. And you're questioning about giving these officers this job that they do. You have no concept of what they do. And you have all this discussion. It's been going on for what, an hour? On giving them a bonus at the end of the year for the job that they do? I've been here since 2012, transplant from California. When I first came here, I saw little policing, but I can say in the last year, I've seen more policing than the first 11 years that I was here. I see more people pulled over at the state line. You realize this is 412 is the main fentanyl track route? If you didn't know that, they can tell you. They're pulling over truckloads of fentanyl. They're pulling over carloads of fentanyl. And do you know how dangerous that is? These people are dangerous people. And you're having this discussion for 45 minutes or whatever on giving them a bonus? Do you know what the citizens back here watching you, listening to this for 45 minutes are thinking? He says this is proactive. Do you all realize what proactive means? Proactive means he's trying to protect us as citizens from some things that could happen in the future if there's not enough police officers here to protect us. So my question is, why would we question giving people a raise or giving them more money to what you took an oath to do is to protect us? And I sure hope that you vote to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Anyone else?
Rebecca Wyatt, 1109 East Jill Street. And so I was thinking about this, and he said, Director Allen said that he couldn't understand this job, but I do. My husband was in police work for over 30 years, and the price we paid. One thing just some thoughts, that come through my mind is every year, every place we ever lived, the overtime budget usually ran out within the first few months. So we donated hundreds, thousands of our hours of our time. Kent would just do his reports for free. And that just happened for over 30 years because there's never enough money in a police budget. We've never been anywhere that there was, and that's just life. Now, this is just kind of the standing joke. Fire department shows up, they tear your house apart, they get it all wet, tears it all, and everybody hugs them. Thank you for coming. The police come, it's a different matter. And so as a wife, I have spent so many hours of my life praying for my husband's safety. And it is a whole different ball of game. It's just completely different job than another job. I mean, it doesn't mean that other people can't get killed on the job, but you're always concerned about your spouse or your loved one, your dad, somebody going. And in this day and age, we're just so thankful that we have police that will serve. And I realize this is a lot of money, and it may seem like a slap to other employees, but please think about what it would be like if we have this rollover where we just don't have enough workers that are willing to stay here. The cost of living is cheaper, but it is nice to get paid decently for such an incredibly hard job. And that's just my thoughts. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rebecca. Anyone else? If not, I will come back to the board and ask if I have a motion to approve the budget amendment for the 2025 STFE reserve funds, $282,000.
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve. Roll call.
Before I do, can I just say I am sincerely sorry for the mistake that I made. I did a disservice to each of you board members, and I apologize, Chief Miller. It was not intentional, and I am sincerely sorry.
So what's the total amount again? 2?
282,000. And that is 5,000 per officer.
Blair?
Yes.
Burns?
Yes.
Wiles?
Yes.
Hunt?
Yes.
Allen?
Yes.
Carroll?
Yes.
Motion is approved. Thank you, everyone, for your comments and input.
Madam Mayor?
Yes,
I
David.
will say that I believe Brad was on point to say that this is well, you didn't say Band-Aid, but it is. At the first of the year, we need to workshop it or something, get with whoever it takes, that we need to hit that bottom line of the starting pay and work upwards, and because we don't need to be having problems with that starting pay. That's pretty ridiculous. So he said it, but I back it up.
Thank you, David. And I'm sure the administrator took note of that, and
I
we
mean,
will
the
be looking
bonus
at
is a
that.
nice thing, but it needs to be the yearly year end, because how many, I mean, you can't do a bonus every year. You gotta address the problem. So I think that'll be a prime, well, you had said it, that'll be a prime thing for the new administrator to be addressing, yeah. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you all
And
very
Madam
much.
Mayor,
Yes.
I want to say one thing in response to a comment.
Pull your mic down, Mindy, please. Thank you.
I hope the citizens appreciate that we do have to ask the hard questions. Sometimes it does take a while to ask the hard questions, but that's our job. And I think Chief Miller understands that. I think Chief Kendall understands that. We just have to ask those questions because we do have the responsibility for the citizens' money. And I don't think there was a question, none of us have a question about the job that's being done and the difficulty of that job, and we haven't been able to put ourselves in those shoes. We just have to ask the hard questions, and then hopefully we get the answers that we need to be able to come to the best decisions that we can.
Thank you, Mindy. Betsy?
Madam Mayor, and I do agree with Mindy, and my husband, like I said, is retired after 37 years of law enforcement in Kansas City, Missouri, which basically, and this will probably be politically incorrect, is the hood. So his life was in danger, so I do understand, and I do support police 1,000%. I know what it's like. He has been in life-threatening situations, that I'm glad I didn't hear about until after the fact, where I don't know how he's still alive. So it's not a matter of not supporting them, and I agree with Mindy. We have to ask, and it was a mistake, and I don't hold her responsible. We were given incorrect information, and that adds to it. So we have to ask the hard questions. We have to get all the information, and it has nothing to do with whether we support them or not. And I agree with Brad and David. I mean, this is a Band-Aid. It's not long-term, and that's what we need to look at, and we need to look at it across the board, because we do have departments that are revolving doors, and every department is important.
Thank you. Yes, David?
Yeah, I agree with Mindy. Until you're sitting up here, you don't understand how hard it is to ask the hard questions. It is topics you don't want to discuss, topics you don't want to offend people. You want to respect and preserve our base of employees for what they do and what we are happy that they work for the city. But it's asking the hard questions sometimes. I will tell you, I am appreciative that we have a tax, sales tax, dedicated to our two safety departments. Not every city has it. And I look at that as their money. And depending upon who the leader is, you may wish to hold it for a big ticket item, or when you are forced to, you may have to patch a Band-Aid to be proactive, like Scott is being, and try to preserve what you have instead of trying to run to catch up later. And, but I look at those two funds as theirs, those departments, and I'm just thankful to the public for voting that when they did. It was needed. And I will also say that part of my problem was initially I went by the memo we had, and the memo said all full-time, and I just had a problem in how do you deal with office personnel and other departments that are not getting a bonus when PD office personnel would be. So there is a part of the problem I had all along, in that the memo we had the wrong amount and the wrong number of people that it would apply to. I have no problem, Chief, with signing bonuses. I know that's not just new. That's not even a fad. It's something that started several years ago in a lot of businesses. And it may be something you gotta go to. If everybody else is doing it, then that's one of the first things you're gonna be asked on a new interview. What's their signing bonus? Because that's new money to them on the day they start. So that's a benefit that we may have to match just because it's part of what everybody else. And really, when you look at, my goodness, the top law enforcement in the state sets the standard of their massive raise that they did. I mean, everybody plays to catch up, and I really was unaware of it, and it's on my fault that I was not aware of it, but it's one of those things that I totally grasp now. When they come out and do what they do, it's a domino effect all the way down to the smallest city being affected. So anyway, I'm just thankful that we have a tax that the public voted on to keep our safety departments always funded. And I just thank the public for that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, David. So I believe we are ready to move on to our ordinance. Ordinance 25-36. This is the third reading for the extension of the existing levy of the 3/8% sales use tax. Christina.
Last evening, we read the second reading, and this is being presented unchanged, with 50% for utility capital improvements, 30% for street capital improvements, and 20% for quality of life capital improvements.
Thank you. So directors, do you have any questions or comments? I know we did have our meeting last night, and as Christina said, we did pass the second reading.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I wasn't here. This is
Yes,
what?
sir.
35, 27, 12, what?
No.
50, 30, 20, right?
50, 30, 20,
Yeah.
that's correct.
I think that's fair. And I have to lay it at the feet of Mr. Carroll. Director Carroll. He's the one that came up with that breakout, and I think it's fair breakout. And I think it's something that we have to think about long and hard, because it does go to the public to vote it. This is not something we just vote. This now has to go to the public for them to approve. And we want the public to believe that it's as fair as what we believe that it's fair. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, David. Anyone else? Is there anyone in the audience that would like to address ordinance 25-36? If not, I would ask for a motion to place ordinance 2536 on its third reading. And after consulting with our city attorney, I am not going to ask for suspending the rules to be a part of this motion. After we either approve or don't approve this, if it is approved, then I will ask for the motion for the suspending the rules and reading by title only? Nope. I'm sorry, switch those. We're going to ask for the suspending rules and reading by title only first before the approval. Yes, ma'am. All right. So with that, I would ask, do I have a motion for ordinance 25-36 to be, placed on the floor and suspending the rules and reading by title only?
So moved.
Second.
We'll have a motion and a second. This will be for suspending the rules and reading by title only. Roll call.
Third reading, last reading, yeah.
Well, yes. Yes, roll call.
Burns,
Yes.
Wiles,
Yes.
Hunt,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
Carroll,
Yes.
Blair.
Yes.
Motion is approved to suspend the rules.
Madam Mayor, I make
Yes.
a motion that we approve, vote to adopt ordinance 2536.
Yes, sir, we have to approve it first on the third reading. We have to place it on its third reading. That was not
thought
the
we just
third
did.
reading. No, that was, there's going to be two different motions for each ordinance until we get to the first of the year, and then we are going to look at, and I'm going to ask you all to consider a resolution that would put in place so that we don't have to ask for that every time we have an ordinance before us. Heather has advised me that there are other cities that have done that so that they don't have this before each ordinance or with each ordinance, and I see Chris shaking his head. So in 2026, I will be coming to you and asking for you to consider a resolution to do that in 2026. But for right now,
Why is this the third reading if the second reading was read last night?
this is going to be your third reading, and then we're going to adopt it.
What
If
did
you
we
want
just
to.
vote on?
Well, we just voted to suspend the rules, so she doesn't have to read the whole ordinance. Normally, I would ask you for a motion to place this on its third reading, suspending the rules and reading by title only.
I thought
After,
that's what you just said. You didn't say that a minute ago?
no, well, that's what I started to say, and then I remembered that I had talked to Heather, and she has advised me and this board that to make sure there is no question in our procedures of doing our ordinance and suspending the rules, that we should first have a motion to suspend those rules, reading by title only, and then a motion to place that ordinance on whatever reading it is that we're looking at. And then if, like in this case, it is the third reading, if that passes, then we will have a motion to adopt. Everyone with me on that?
You should only have two. You should have two. There should be a motion to suspend the rules, first of all, right? Because state law requires you to read them all three
Right.
times, right? So if you want to do that, there should be a motion to suspend the rules. The next motion is the motion to adopt. There should only be two motions. She'll read it by title only, then you either vote for or against the ordinance.
But we haven't.
Well, then why did we have a motion a moment ago that will be the first of three?
And why do we not have to vote on the third reading?
You do. I don't understand what you're saying.
Because normally what we would do now is we would place it on the floor for a third reading.
That's what
okay.
you should do, yes.
Okay. And then we would ask for a motion to adopt that ordinance after they vote on the third reading. You understand? I mean, we
can combine the motion to place it on it, suspend the rules, read by title only, and place
Okay.
it on its third reading.
Okay.
That can be the same motion. That's
and
one
also
motion.
to adopt.
What
Yes.
we've always done.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
We've always combined them. Right?
That's what we're going to do. Yes, Reed?
I think I may have started all of this. Last night, I did make motion for the second, but I did not say suspending the rules, reading by title only, and that's where Heather stepped in.
Yes.
So I apologize. We got it fixed last night, but tonight we could probably just get back to what we normally do.
Goodness gracious, Reed.
So if we do that, just so you're aware, okay, because, and I had this discussion with our previous city attorney J from Gentry, that the board is always needs to be aware that whenever we include that in the motion, suspending the rules and reading by title only, just like what happened last meeting, that if that doesn't pass, then Christina has to read the whole ordinance. And that is the purpose of that, suspending the rules and reading by title only. Because as you
gotta
said,
have a certain number.
and that's right. To pass that, suspending the rules, you have to have a 2/3 majority voting yes. Is that correct?
Yes, I wasn't trying to convey that
No.
you had to split
Right.
the place,
Yeah.
read by title only and place on the reading. Those can be together. What
Okay.
can't be together is that and the approval
And
of
the
the
approval.
ordinance. Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. So we've already approved suspending the rules and reading by title only, right? So let's move on to placing this on its third reading,
Mayor?
and you need to read. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Ordinance number 25-36, an ordinance providing for the extension of an existing levy of a 3.75% sales and use tax within the city of Siloam Springs, Arkansas, revising the splitting of the proceeds of the existing sales and use tax, and prescribing other matters pertaining thereto.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion, we adopt the ordinance 2536.
You haven't voted on it yet?
Are we good with that, Heather? Okay. So we have a motion to adopt. Do I have a second?
Do I need to say suspending the rules and reading title only?
No, we've
on the
already passed that
adoption?
part.
Yeah.
Second.
This is just the adoption.
Yes,
so
sir.
it's- yeah.
And we have a second. Roll call.
Wiles,
Yes.
Hunt. Yes. Allen,
Yes.
Carroll,
Yes.
Blair,
Yes.
Burns,
Yes.
Motion to adopt is approved. The next, if we skip down to ordinance, item S, which is, item T, which is an ordinance 25-43, which would be the first, second, and third reading for the special called election for the extension of the existing levy of the 3/8 cent sales tax. That does go with what you have just passed. So Christina, you want to explain that, and then we'll also vote on that since it's
Yes.
kind of the same
So
thing.
we kind of needed the ordinance passed before we could do this specific ordinance. And what this does is it sets kind of the verbiage for what's going to be on the vote, where the voters actually, it's the actual voter wording. So there's that. And even though this is a regularly scheduled election, we spoke with the county clerk, and she said we still had to have a special election ordinance for this. So we have added that at the last minute, basically, to make sure that we're checking every box before we get this sent off to the county.
Make sure we're legal before we do.
Making sure that we are legal.
Was there a question last night that we didn't need to do this? The actual,
There was a question, and I think the mayor had discussed whether or not, where's the ballot language?
yeah.
She did ask that question last night, and at the same time, Janae looked at the submission, what needed to be submitted to the county, and it included this. So when we went and pulled up one from prior years, it had the ballot language, and it was what's required to go to the county. So that's why we're presenting it and requesting that you do the first, second, and third reading, and then declare an emergency.
Is there a reason when you look at the language of the vote, the ballot vote, the for paragraph versus the against paragraph, the word without is in italics on the against, and it is not in the for paragraph?
I believe that was a Scribner's error.
I think they have to be exactly the same.
We can accept the ordinance with that change.
We'll get that Scribner's error changed and, yeah. Thank you, David. Yes,
Do we have an
Christina.
amendment to change that on the ordinance?
Do we need, Heather, do we need to actually
would make a motion
make a motion to
officially
amend
change it.
the language? Should it be in parentheses or not in parentheses? I mean,
It's italicized in one area, not in the other.
sorry?
She's pulling it up.
Oh, okay, she's pulling it up, okay.
Yep.
Madam Mayor,
It's David?
I just want to read, or someone needs to read the actual description for the record of what this will say. You can say that one paragraph says for and one paragraph says against, but it's basically the same wordage so that it's in the record.
Christina, can you do that for us?
I'm sorry.
Can you read that paragraph that's going to be?
Certainly. For the extension of the existing 0.375% sales and use tax within the city of Siloam Springs, Arkansas, for a period of 10 years without raising the existing tax rate, 50% of the net collections of which remaining from aforesaid 3/8% sales tax and sales and use tax after deductions of the administrative charges of the state of Arkansas shall be used for the purposes of paying all or a portion of the cost of capital improvements to the water, sewer, sanitation, and electric facilities of the city's utility system. 30% shall be for the purpose of paying all or a portion of the cost of capital improvements in the street fund. And the remaining 20% will be used for the purpose of paying all or a portion of the cost of quality of life capital improvements, including but not necessarily limited to downtown, parks, sidewalks, and trails.
Madam Mayor, we did not include the number 50% for the first of those three allocations. Or did we? Oh, it's higher up, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, 50% of the net collections of which of which remaining for the, just oddly worded, that first couple of sentences. And then the other question I have is, I know this is exactly what the previous one was 10 years ago, but I believe that we can have a problem with illegal exaction when we provide advantages to one certain part of a city versus another. Parks is accessible to everyone. Sidewalks and trails, same thing. But downtown should not be included in this ballot issue, simply because you have other sections of town that can argue that the city has picked and choosed certain sections of the city to give special consideration. And it comes down to a legal exaction. This is the first time this is being read, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
This will be your first, second, and third reading.
So Director Allen, you're welcome to make an amendment to remove downtown and to make sure that the word without is not italicized.
I was just about to do that. I will make a motion that we remove the word downtown from both the for and against paragraphs and adjust the italicized without in the against paragraph to be the same font as the rest of the paragraph.
We have a motion to amend.
And I don't know how picky this is, but on the for part, where it says 10 and then it has the number 10,
There's a space.
there's a space in between the 1 and the 0. If that is no big deal,
I believe that would be considered a Scrivener's error. But we'll change it.
While we're fixing, we can fix it.
Yep.
Okay, so that can be something,
So that'll be a part of your
I
motion.
will add that to my amendment motion, that we remove the space between the number 10, between the 1 and the 0 in the 4 paragraph. Good catch, Reed. It's tough.
Okay.
Madam Mayor?
Yes,
So
yes.
that's going to read on section 2, the end, including but not necessarily limited to parks, sidewalks, and trails, correct? Yep.
That is correct. Okay, so I have a motion to make those 3 amendments to the ordinance. Do I have a second for that?
Second?
We have a motion and a second to amend. Roll call.
Hunt,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
Carroll,
yes.
Blair,
Yes.
Burns,
Yes?
Wiles.
Yes.
Amendment is approved. So is there any other conversation or questions about this ordinance, directors?
Madam Mayor, I make a
Yes.
motion that we approve the first, second, and third reading of ordinance 2543, suspending the rules and reading title only.
And we do have to open the floor for the public, so
On the amendment? Yeah, we already voted the amendment. You're talking about before I thought we could do it after we make a motion.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and we can, I just want to make sure we don't miss that part of it. So, okay, so we've got a motion and a second for the amendment, right? We haven't voted on that yet.
Yeah, we did.
we did.
Yeah.
Did we?
The
Yeah.
amendment.
We voted on that one.
Yeah, so we
So
got.
we're now to the
all
first, second,
All the
and third.
changes
So now
got
we're to the
handled.
first, second, and third. You've made that motion, but we haven't opened the floor for discussion. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to address ordinance 25-43? Okay, there is not. So now I have a motion from Director Allen to place this on its first, second, and third reading, suspending the rules and reading by title only. Do I have a second?
As amended.
As amended.
Second.
We have a second.
Seconded, yeah.
All right, everyone know what we're voting on? All right, roll call.
Allen,
Jamie?
yes, sir.
Yes.
Carroll,
Yes.
Blair,
Yes.
Burns,
Yes?
Wiles,
Yes.
Hunt,
Yes.
Now do we need a motion to adopt? Oh, Christina, your turn.
Ordinance number 25-43, an ordinance calling a special election in the city of Siloam Springs, Arkansas, on the question of levying a .375% sales and use tax within the city of Siloam Springs, Arkansas, prescribing other matters pertaining thereto, and declaring an emergency.
Thank you.
Mayor, I make a
Yes.
motion, we adopt ordinance 2543.
Thank you. Do I have a second? I have a motion and a second to adopt. Roll call.
Carroll,
Yes.
Blair,
Yes.
Burns,
Yes?
Wiles,
Yes.
Hunt,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
Motion is approved. Do I have a motion to place this, to add the emergency clause to this ordinance 25-43?
So moved.
Second?
A motion and a second. Roll call.
Blair,
Yes.
Burns,
Yes?
Wiles,
Yes.
Hunt,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
Carroll.
Yes.
Motion is approved for the emergency clause. Looks like that is the end of our ordinances. Next. Oh, yes.
We need to go back to
I just moved right to the end and let's forget the rest of it. Can I do that?
Call it a night.
Can I do that? So we'll move back up to item P, ordinance 25-39. Second reading, amending municipal code sections 82-41, 98-62, 98-173, and 98-331, adjusting scheduled annual utility rate increases for years 2026 through 2030. Christina.
Mayor and members of the board, I would request this evening that you consider placing this on its second and third reading, simply due to the fact that we have delayed this mainly due to the issue with the electric, whereby we have removed 4% for the first year. And I have not received any public comments nothing has been sent to me directly with regard to this ordinance.
Thank you, Christina. So directors, comments and questions? If there are none, do I have any comments or questions on ordinance 25-39 from the audience? I do not, so I will ask, do I have a motion to place this on its second and third reading, suspending the rules, reading by title only?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to place on the second and third reading. Roll call.
Burns,
Yes.
Wiles,
Yes.
Hunt,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
Carroll,
Yes.
Blair,
Yes.
Motion is approved. Do I have a motion? Oh, Christina?
Ordinance number 25-39, an ordinance amending portions of Chapter 82, Solid Waste, and Chapter 98, Utilities, adjusting the schedule utility rate increase for the years 2026 through 2030 and for other purposes.
Thank you, ma'am. Do I have a motion to adopt ordinance 25-39?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt. Roll call.
Wiles,
Yes.
Hunt,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
Carroll,
Yes.
Blair,
Yes.
Burns,
Yes.
Motion to adopt is approved. Ordinance 25-40, second reading, amending section 102-21 of the City Municipal Code, rezoning from R2 to R3, 705 North College Street. Kyle?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, directors. So this is Kyle Belt, planner. This is a request at 705 North College Street to rezone from R2 residential medium to R3 residential two-family on a lot consisting of 0.31 acres. A future land use map would not be needed for this request as it's already designated neighborhoods 2, and staff is available for any questions that you may have. We have not received any further input since the last session.
Thank you, sir. Directors, comments or questions? There being none, is there anyone in the audience that would like to address ordinance 25-40? Yes, ma'am. Please come forward and give us your name and address.
Hi, my name is Jill Arrett. I'm from 1401 Southwest 14th Street in Bentonville. Currently, this property is zoned for a single family, and we'd like to be able to build a two-family structure. And I was just going to ask if the board could do the second and third reading tonight so that we could go ahead and get started on this project. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else? If not, directors, because of the request from the applicant, I would ask, do I have a motion to place this on its second and third reading, suspending the rules, reading by title only?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to place on second and third reading. Roll call.
Hunt,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
Carroll,
Yes.
Blair,
Yes.
Burns,
Yes.
Wiles,
Yes.
Motion is approved. Christina?
Ordinance number 25-40, an ordinance amending section 102-21 of the Siloam Springs Municipal Code, city zoning map, rezoning from R2 to R3, property located at 705 North College Street.
Thank you, ma'am. Do I have a motion to adopt ordinance 25-40?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt. Roll call.
Allen,
Yes.
Carroll,
Yes.
Blair,
Yes.
Burns,
Yes.
Wiles,
Yes.
Hunt,
Yes.
Motion to adopt is approved. Thank you, Jill. Next is ordinance 25-41, second reading, amending section 102-21 of the City Municipal Code, rezoning from R2 to C1A, 600 block of South Holly Street. Kyle?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Kyle Belt, planner. So this is on its second reading. Thank you for stating that. This is located at the 600 block of South Holly Street on a parcel that's approximately 0.5 acres. As you can see, the subject property is in western Siloam and it's just at the corner, southwestern corner of Granite Street and Holly Street. They are requesting to rezone from the R2 zoning district, which is again residential medium, to the C1A district, which is commercial light. There would not be a future land use map that is required because it's already in a mixed use future land use map designation. Between our last meeting and now, we have received no calls or comments on this, and staff are available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. Directors, comments or questions? There is none. Is there anyone?
Mayor?
I'm sorry, David?
So this is the same property owner as the previous one, so are we going to be asked to do this one for second and third as well? I just am curious.
This is actually a different property owner.
Oh, it is?
Yes, sir.
It says property partners of NWA, the applicant.
That may be a Scribner's error. I apologize for that. It should say Zamora on there.
It's a Scrivener's error on two different property pieces? This is 600 block of South Holly Street, correct?
Yes.
It says the applicant property partners of NWA LLC, and that's what the previous one said on the memo from you, Kyle Belt. The applicant property partners of NWA LLC is the same one regarding
It's not yours. It's not mine.
705 North College.
Yours is.
You're 705 North College.
But it does say the same thing for both of them.
I apologize for that, Director. On the staff report, it should say
So
Zamora.
who is the applicant?
I'm pulling her name up right now.
Mayor, it's the representative from JVU, right? We're just looking for a name.
I believe that's
Regarding
correct. I
housing.
think it's,
Per the ordinance.
Is that what that is?
No, I don't think that's
No?
housing. That's
No.
They spoke
that's
to
by
us
the
last
Little
time.
Mart.
Yeah, this is
Oh, yeah, by
commercial
the
in
gas
front
station.
and
Yeah,
oh,
sorry.
duplex or fourplex or something in back.
Per the
Oh,
ordinance.
this is the mixed-use center, yeah.
This is, the applicant owner is Maria Julia Ramirez Zamora, and the agent is Swope Consulting.
Phil Swope was here last meeting,
Yes.
just big, yep.
And I'm not sure how Property Partners of NWA made it onto that, because we haven't changed anything on that staff report. So I apologize. That is in fact a Scribner's error, for the record.
so we have all made that, we all know who that property is. Okay, all right. So is there any comments or questions on that? If there is not, is there anyone in the audience that would like to address ordinance 25-41? There is not, so directors, do I have a motion to place ordinance 25-41 on its second reading, suspending the rules, reading by title only?
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion and a second, roll call.
Carroll,
Yes.
Blair,
Yes.
Burns,
Yes.
Wiles,
Yes.
Hunt,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes,
Motion is approved. Christina?
Ordinance number 25-41, an ordinance amending section 102-21 of the Siloam Springs Municipal Code, city zoning map, rezoning from R2 to C1A, property located at the 600 block of South Holly Street.
Thank you. Next is ordinance 25-42. First reading, vacation of utility easements, 20504 Bruce Rutherford Drive. Kyle?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is located in the Winding Springs development. It is all internalized. It is located at 2054, or 20504 Bruce Rutherford Drive. The easements that are proposed to be vacated are in conjunction with a lot line adjustment that's going to result in one parcel for the Winding Springs development. As the development progresses, the new easements will be located as required by code to align with the development, and the existing easements are to be removed, or that are proposed to be removed, will not be needed by the city or private utilities and have been signed off on. And that should be included in the packet. Those were e-signed via Adobe. Staff finds that the proposal appears to meet all requirements as set forth in the city municipal code and state of Arkansas requirements for vacation requests.
Thank you, Kyle. Directors, comments or questions on this one? There being none, is there anyone in the audience that would like to address Ordinance 25-42? There is not, so do I have a motion to place Ordinance 25-42 on its first reading, suspending the rules, reading by title only?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Blair,
Yes.
Barnes,
Yes.
Wiles,
Yes.
Hunt,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
Carroll.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Christina?
Ordinance number 25-42, an ordinance vacating and abandoning utility easements at 20,504 Bruce Rutherford Drive.
Thank you, ma'am. So with that, now we will move to our resolutions. Resolution 46-25, significant development permit for Academy Sports, 3299 Highway 412 East. Kyle?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Directors. So this proposal is located at 3299 Highway 412 East. It's right in between the Walmart and the Lowe's, where there's currently a vacant lot. It is already zoned appropriately, as well as meeting the future land use designation. And the proposal is to construct a 55,000 square foot commercial retail store, specifically a sporting goods store within the C2 zoning district. As you can see here from the aerial, it's currently vacant other than the access easement that runs between Lowe's and Walmart. And then there's also an access easement that you cannot see here down at this diagonal line on the southern portion of the property. You can see the site plan here to the right. And right now they're proposing to put in an on-site detention basin to the north. Staff finds that the request meets the minimum zoning requirements of C2 zoning, subject to the following conditions. And there are several, so I'm going to read these out and kind of reiterate on them. The applicant shall dedicate easements, which are both drainage and utility easements as directed by the city engineer prior to the certificate of occupancy issuance. The easements are needed usually after the construction process, so the precise location of public lines, etc., can be dedicated when their final locations are known. The applicant shall revise the landscape plan to meet code requirements prior to building permit issuance. The landscape plan arrived later in the review process and requires additional refinement. Required changes will be reflected on the approved building permit. In concept, the provided plan meets code requirements. A landscape island must be installed in the northern parking lot where there are 20-plus spaces in a row prior to building permit issuance. In concord with the previous condition, an additional landscape island is required in the northern parking lot. This will be reflected in the building permit plan set. The applicant shall address final comments from the city engineer on the drainage report prior to building permit issuance. Additional comments require addressing, and this will be done prior to any building permit issuance. The freestanding sign placement and design shall comply with Chapter 35, Title 5, prior to installation of the sign. Staff is awaiting the sign permit for the proposed pylon sign. The condition ensures that the sign will comply with the requirements of the new sign code. One thing that we need to mention is that we received a letter late today requesting a parking reduction of 10 spaces, which amounts to 4.1%. This would allow for them to meet the interior landscaping requirements and we're available for any questions that you may have. The only input that we've received from the public has been in support, and that was from the proprietors of Waffle House.
Thank you, Kyle. So Chris, do you have some comments on this request?
Thank you, Mayor. We did receive that letter, excuse me, we did receive that letter to the Board of Directors right before, I think it was right before 5 o'clock. I can provide a copy to the clerk, to the board, to the mayor, and to the media.
Do you all have one? I think, yes, I believe we all have a copy.
I don't get to
But
do
we
anything.
didn't get anything from the Waffle House.
No, we didn't get anything from the Waffle House.
There was a complaint. I'd like to see what it was.
Was there a,
No, they were speaking in support of it.
there you go.
I didn't realize. I just heard Waffle House was writing letters.
Waffle House is in support of this. Is that correct? Okay.
Would they be complaining?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So, I suppose we need to make, if we're going to approve this 4.1% parking reduction, we will need an amendment to what has been presented.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Chris.
It can just be included with the motion to
Okay.
accept. Since this is a resolution, you can tag that as an approval. For example, you would say, I make a motion to approve the resolution with conditions and the requested approval of the parking reduction.
Gotcha. Okay. So directors, questions, comments?
It's only 10 out of 241
Yes.
parking places, so I don't think that's a big deal.
All right. Anyone in the audience that would like to address Resolution 46-25? Yes, ma'am. You've been waiting all night,
I've
haven't
been
you?
waiting all night. Megan Thomas, Bowenkamp Construction, 3732 North Investment Drive, Unit 3, Fayetteville. That's the first time I've had to give my address up here. That was interesting. Anyways, I am actually here representing Steve Harriman. He could not be here tonight, so I'm here in his place. And I'm here to answer any questions that you guys have. I'm actually the one who kind of put together that letter for tonight. That kind of came up last minute. I looked at their landscape plan. They're planning on submitting that tomorrow. They asked me to take a look at it, and I went ahead and took a look at it, and I found that they were going to be short on some of the parking after having to meet some of those landscape requirements to meet the conditions. So I just wanted to make sure that we got that letter to y'all as you guys approved it tonight, and I'm here and available for any questions.
Thank you, Megan. So any questions, directors? I think everyone's kind of,
Madam Mayor,
yes, sir.
I make a motion, we approve Resolution 4625 with conditions attached and with 10 of the parking spaces removed.
4.1% parking reduction, 10 spaces, yes. Okay.
According to the memo we received, yes.
Okay. So we have that motion. Do I have a second?
Second?
Have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Burns,
Yes.
Wiles,
Yes.
Hunt,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
Carroll,
Yes.
Blair,
Yes.
Motion is approved with conditions and the reduction in parking. Thank you, Megan. So it is 5 till 9. I'm going to ask that we take a 10-minute break, and we'll reconvene at 9:05.
Second?
Call back to order this directors' meeting for December 16th, 2025. At this time, we will move to Resolution 47-25, which is the 2026 budget. Christina.
Mayor and members of the board, I believe we have had a lot of discussion on this budget, and the one that is presented here in the agenda does include corrections to the things like the personnel and the streets that we had previously discussed. So all of those have been addressed and updated, and I would ask that the board approve the proposed budget.
Thank you, ma'am. So directors, at this time, do you have any questions, comments for Christina concerning the budget? Yes, David.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. with regard to my earlier comments about the budget, I think Mindy made some good points that we don't have a choice on this, but I don't believe it is right that any taxpayer money is going to a project that has been solely funded by outside sources. It does nothing to help operate the city. It was almost like a historical project that the fire department took on, or the retired fire department. But since Mindy made a good point that it sounds like we've already committed, thanks to last year's budget, I don't think we have much choice but to leave it. So I'm going to be shutting up on that. Everybody can say, oh, it's just $35,000. $35,000 times the number of departments we have can add up to a lot of money. And I will just say I'm disappointed that this got added in. It should not have been added in the first place.
Thank you, David. Anyone else? If not, is there anyone in the audience that would like to address this Resolution 47-25 for the 2026 budget? There is not, so do I have a motion to approve Resolution 47-25 for the 2026 budget?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Wiles,
Yes.
Hunt,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
Carroll,
Yes.
Blair,
Yes.
Burns,
Yes.
Motion is approved. Resolution 47-25 is passed. Thank you, Christina. With that, we will move to the administrator's report. And that is coming back to you, Administrator.
So there were no expenditures in excess of $30,000 and none per Resolution 11-25. I will say, after having conversation with Tommy, there is one single item that is still being delayed that is costing the city over $100,000, and that is wire. And I am, at the pleasure of the board, willing to either bring another ordinance that only specifies it's for electrical wire, or I can bring sole sourcing ordinances, whichever the board prefers. It would be like one-time only ordinance.
Oh, one
sole
time
sourcing.
only. So,
Basically waiving bidding.
so, directors, any directions for Christina on what you would prefer? Yes, Reed.
Christina, what's easiest?
I believe it would be easiest just to bring another resolution, but this time specifying the only item that would be available for purchase would be electric wire. Because we have to buy those big, huge,
Yeah. So that would be a resolution, you said?
that would be a
Right,
resolution,
Okay.
yes.
So if I understand, it looks like the board is agreeable to that, so if,
I'll bring one in January.
perfect.
And as far as announcements, our electric department superintendent, Glenn Severn, hosted a group of engineering students from JBU this last Thursday afternoon, and they toured the Country Club substation. And it's always a pleasure for us to open our doors and give a little behind-the-scenes look at the complex infrastructure that powers our community. And hosting the students gives them a real-world sense of what's going on in day-to-day operations. And we are thrilled with the amount of toys that our city employees have put together for our toy drive this year. It was a massive success. We collected 190 toys, and we will be donating these to the Manna Center in Siloam Springs. And we definitely hope that that will bring some joy and warmth to our neighbors who are less fortunate this holiday season. Voting for Holly Jolly Decorating Contest ends Monday, 12/22. So December 22nd is the last day. Awards will be delivered in person on Tuesday, December 23rd for first, second, and third place, and the winners will also be announced at the next board meeting.
Thank you very much. And did you say that the prizes for this are being donated by?
Oh, I did not say, but they are being donated by Signature Plaza and Kale Property.
Kale Properties? That's great. Appreciate them doing that for our community. So with that, before we move into the director's reports, I had been asked if we could have a time for open discussion with the directors concerning some items that were of concern to them that they felt like this board needed to discuss. So if that is still the pleasure of the board, I'll open that floor up for your discussion. I don't know, Brad, would you like to start, or do you have anything that you want us to discuss, or?
Well, I didn't bring it to open discussion, but I'll open discuss whatever. I would just say, I'm on my first year coming back on the board, and I remain hopeful and optimistic. We have another election cycle coming up. At a at-large position, which is different than representing a ward. That's why we have this form of government. We have the wards and we have the at-large. And so I've taken a different stance that I had previous times representing Ward 2. Because during that time, we did a lot of change downtown. And a lot of that reflected directly upon me because I was progressive and I wouldn't say boisterous, but I don't mind sounding off. And so I've removed myself from that because that's not the position I'm in now. A large position is looking at the bigger picture. And so I did an after-action review of myself. Right, so, and how can I assist us moving forward? A lot of changes have occurred since I've left the board. And so since 22 and present, we're going on a third city administrator. And so there's a lot of instability within the city, so how do we level that off? And as a board, we had discussion. And I brought a different viewpoint to the table of how about to hire a city administrator. But collectively, as a board, we went with the process that we're going to now. So whether you're on the yes or no vote, my observation is I'm on board with the headhunting group. We're a city administrator form of government. That's what we're doing. That's what we're proceeding forward with, and that I support that on the record and off the record because that's what we have going forward. And I don't like the scuttlebutt. There's a lot of it. I'm a big believer in the chain of command. I like going to a city administrator. The city administrator disseminates the correctives to the department heads, and it trickles down. And I think we really need to get back to that. So I think we're in that process. Christina, I don't know if I was in her position, if I would have been able to tolerate, some of the changes that have been taking place. There's been a lot of change taking place. So I appreciate your bearing with that, taking our, it's common knowledge. We had open conversation with you. You made the adjustments. We've leveled off. Even tonight is a great example. We've got something with an Ethernet. The communication isn't working properly. And that's been, this whole year I've been on the board, there's been a lot of that. And so 26, moving forward, as a board member, my goal is, and I'm sure all of ours, is get a city administrator in, get those things ironed out, get the flow of communication back. That's the key. And I don't have any, anything other than, you know, I'm just here as a public servant. That's kind of my whole life. I come from a missionary family, right? So it's my blessing and my curse. I wish I didn't care so much, for real, but I do. And so when you do, you become an elected official, and then we have a responsibility, and that's what we sit up here. So I support the fellow board members. I appreciate all the input. You know, we have some correctives to be made. I think some of us have forgot our position, why we're elected. And I think we need to just get back to focus. And I feel like actually the last couple of board meetings, I feel like we kind of started getting back in that direction, right? But at the end of the day, and I've said it before, is that the city needs leadership and needs accountability. And when we have somebody in the interim, it's been difficult, right? It's just been a difficult task. And so we have to have somebody in there that is their defined job, that is their accountability, because that's really our point of contact to make correctives. Does that kick the can down the road? Does that open it up?
Yes.
I don't know.
Anyone else?
I feel like, I mean, Brad has made blanket statements. I think directors, not all, have crossed some lines. I know of somebody who's sat in on personnel meetings, which they lose immunity. When staff sees a director sit in on a personnel meeting, and it's the same director that's done it multiple times, that is seen as then that employee has immunity. They can't be touched, and that actually happened this year. I think as a board, we need to get very specific on what's allowed and what's not allowed, because we're not supposed to be involved in personnel issues. We set policy, we look at the bigger picture, and it undermines staff, it undermines the city administrator. Yeah, behaviors like that they have to stop. We need to create a better environment for a new city administrator. And our job, if we hear issues or something needs to be investigated, we don't get involved. We don't go to HR to advocate for anybody or anything. It should be taken to the city administrator. The city administrator is our only employee. And what I would like to see is staff start telling us, have a procedure that they either go to the mayor, the head of HR, or the city administrator when board members are crossing lines. And I think we need a procedure because, truthfully, we don't answer to anybody. I mean, we're supposed to answer to the citizens, but the citizens have no idea what really goes on. And I think it's time we start policing ourselves, that we start setting up a process, a standard that we follow when these things start to happen. And I think, you know, I know Mindy at least doesn't, you know, she's a people pleaser. I don't like bringing stuff up. I don't like addressing it. But we're past the point where we have to address it. And what finally kind of pushed me over the edge, I knew a director was requesting stuff privately, even if they did deny it. I knew it was happening. I had known for months it was happening. I was even here in City Hall at the other end of the hall when I heard some requests that they had been wanting for since another city administrator was here. So when I brought up the swing for children with special needs, that was my opening to also say anything we want needs to come before the board. And so at that meeting, which was December 4th, after I asked for what any directors brought privately, I went to that department head, which technically is called basically a staff director, but I'm going to call him a department head because it gets confusing. So I went to that department head and said, you know what I want? And they said, yes, yes, and they will get it together. Then on 12/9, I went to the city administrator because they were supposed to give that information to the city administrator, and they said they were scared. They were too scared to give it to the city administrator. They were too scared to do their job. When staff is intimidated or staff is scared, which honestly I can relate to, I have felt that way too at times, that is an absolute fail in governance. That is not okay when directors are so involved and that staff won't do their job because they're afraid, they're intimidated. Yeah, so I didn't get that information. And I didn't want to call it out in the budget meeting or mention the department head. But like I said, that was that sent me over the edge a little bit. And especially knowing that personal, private requests had been denied publicly. It was park benches moved for $5,000 a bench, canopies that actually would have been $100,000. Even the library, I know that's been in the works for a long time because it was a private request, and it wasn't mentioned publicly until I brought up private requests. Again, I go back to it's not our place as directors to ask staff to change policy, to ask staff to change procedures, and to spend money. That's not our place, and I feel like, and y'all are welcome to disagree, that's something we need to decide as a board. That if money is to be spent, if policies are going to be changed, and yes, the city administrator was told that, well, it's operations and it's within your spending budget or allowance or whatever, but it's not okay. Some of the unacceptable behaviors, private directives or requests to staff, pressuring staff or the city administrator to act without board approval, misleading or inaccurate public statements, conduct that results in staff fear, withdrawal, or silence, repeated disregard for chain of command. I mean, I think these are all things that need to be put in either our board rules that we've talked about, or even do a policy that's for the board. We need to do what we can to stop these things. And even, like I said, staff, and they don't, staff needs to be able to report when directors are crossing lines. Everything I do should go through the city administrator. Even if I want to get some information or speak with a staff member, I need to go through the city administrator. And that's not happening. We have failed, and staff fearing to do their jobs, that is an absolute and utter fail. I don't think, I was trying to see what else. You know, and I don't know, my suggestion is, you know, we write stuff up, we have procedures, and it includes even getting involved in staff projects. Directors should not be involved in staff projects. When a director says something to staff, and I've asked multiple staff, they take it as a directive. We are their boss's boss. It isn't like, hey, Director Blair said this. It is, hey, Director Blair said she'd like to see this happen, so we better find a way to do it. We should not be doing that with staff. We shouldn't be involved in any of their projects. This is their career. They are the professionals. We are not. I've even had department heads basically say, get directors out of my office. You know, whether it's forming councils or being involved in huge major projects around the city or potential projects, we need to stop. We need to stop across the board. Department heads have said they can't get their job done because a director's always in there. And how do you say to a director, stop being here? There's just too much crossing lines, and even the gentleman from the executive search firm, he pointed a lot of this stuff out. So he's obviously heard about it, and he basically was like, every single thing needs to go through the city administrator. These things need to be corrected, and they need to be stopped, or you're never going to find, he's never going to be able to find a good city administrator for us. Yeah, so, yeah, that's where I am. These things need to change. And I know oftentimes, like when Brad has made his statements or we're in executive session, it's like, oh, well, they're doing that. Oh, well, they're doing that. They're doing that. It's never, am I doing that? What do I need to stop? We all need to stop, whatever it is. Yeah, and I think we need to start holding each other accountable. So that's it for the moment.
Thank you, Betsy. You make a good comment that we need to hold ourselves accountable to what we have been elected to do and what our directives are as whenever we're sworn in as directors and any public official, myself or whomever that is. So, yeah. Mindy, anything you'd like to say?
Try not to get too involved in the day-to-day, because that is what we hire a city administrator to do. I have thought a lot about the last 3 years and 3 administrators, currently an interim in 3 years, and how that may not be the most appealing set of circumstances for a potential city administrator, at least one that we would want to come and lead our city. I do think leadership starts at the top, and leaders are to set an example, and part of setting the example is to do their job and not to try to get involved in other people's jobs. And I think our job is to work with the city administrator. And whatever that means to hold ourselves accountable, if we need to have a process or procedure, I mean, I'm open to whatever it takes to make our city, our form of government, our staff, our board, appealing to a person that we would want to come lead us. Oftentimes, over the last 7 years, in my time on the board, things have been mentioned at board meetings, and then months later, they're mentioned again, and there seems to be frustration that, well, I've mentioned that, but it didn't happen. But more often than not, we don't bring them forward as specific directives. So I think we need to get better at doing that as a group of directors. So if we have an idea, if we have a suggestion, if there's something that we want to have done, I think we need to come up with some sort of policy where we talk to the city administrator, we get that on the agenda, whatever it is, so that we're all discussing it.
And in
Not an
writing.
easy- What's that?
And in writing.
In writing. It's not an easy job to have 7 bosses, but it really shouldn't be 7 bosses. It should be a unit. One collective unit. We are a boss, not 7 bosses, if that makes sense. In my opinion, the way I interpret the way this government is supposed to run. So I think Betsy's put a lot more thought into this than I have. She may have some ideas. I mean, I'm definitely open to whatever we need to do to appeal to a new city administrator, to make ourselves more accountable. I think we need to take a responsibility for some of the challenges that the city has faced over the last couple of years. But that's behind us. Now let's move forward. With whatever has happened. Now let's figure out a way to move forward.
Thank you, Mindy. Ken?
Well, I don't know that I could add much to what's been said. Again, you know, there's been a lot of thought put into it, some very good ideas. And Mindy's right. I mean, we've been pretty dysfunctional for a while, and the only way we're going to make the progress I think we individually want to make is to work as a group. It's difficult sometimes, I get that, but it's certainly not impossible. And, you know, we all make requests, we all have things we want to do. You know, a lot of time, I've made requests that I've never gotten answers from through the administrator. You know, but we keep going, we talk about things, we work through them, and we make progress that way. So, yeah, I mean, we're going into a new year. I'm not much of one for resolutions, but if that's what you want to call it, maybe we resolve to put differences aside, whatever they might be, and because as was pointed out earlier, we're here for the good of this city. And as long as we keep that in mind and pursue that goal, then I don't think there's any end to what we could accomplish. I'm done.
Thank you, sir. Reed?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know next month, with the new year, we're going to have a chance to go over our basically policy and procedures of what we do and how we do. But if it's not put in here plainly enough, if we possibly could have something put in here, how we work through the city administrator toward the workforce or for the city, and how the city therefore can work back toward us if that was necessary. So I think we have an opening so to speak, that will come here this next month, where we have an opportunity to put that in writing to where we have a way that we know how the procedure should be. I will say, and I think I've made comment, as I speak with people around the community, that I do like what I'm seeing here these last probably 3 or 4 months. Just and it seems to be, instead of a comment made and then we have a headbutting, it's a comment made, and if we don't agree, we're like, well, how can we work together on this? And that's been amazing to me to see that, how we have, as a board, taken that opportunity to work together instead of I'm for and against and let's see who wins. Okay, if this is where you are, this is where I am, let's work this into a working agreement. I like that. I'm one that goes to see Christina every week or the day before we have our actual meetings, so I'm hopeful that my meetings with her have been more pleasant than not. I would say that I make every effort to try to work through Christina, but I do, and for me personally, being a people person, I do enjoy getting to know the department heads and even the people that are going to be out on the balers that used to have to dig under the baler and get on the ground. I want to know these people, but I need to make sure I'm not dictating in any way when I'm getting to know them. So we have an awesome community here. I'm looking forward to where Siloam Springs will be heading here.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. Dave, do you have anything else you'd like to add, Brad?
Well, yes, Madam Mayor.
Yes,
I
sir.
did a blanket policy, an opening to open up, and I don't know why I get to do this even behind closed doors. Why am I that person? You're welcome. That's the person I am, but I knew coming back on the board, there would be some challenges. There's board challenges and there's community challenges. And, my previous lines of work in my adult life, I embrace those challenges. But I also, have to look at myself, and we're a faith-based town. I think we can say that. I haven't seen an empty church parking lot in quite some time. And it doesn't matter what church you go to, what your political beliefs are, just as a human being, how can I be a better person? Or how can I be a better elected official than I was last time? What are the correctives I have to make? I went to a First Friday coffee at Dayspring, and I hadn't been there since we did the anthrax scare, and I found out that gentleman's out of jail, right? And Randy got us up, and I spoke, and it was about the 3/8 sales tax, and asking for support. But, I forgot, because, that's something that, I drove away from, that has some value as board members out there encouraging small business entrepreneurs, whether they're large or small, or are going out of business each year, right? What can I do better on that one there? I spoke before, as I live underneath the tree of forgiveness, and I say that out loud because I have to remind myself as a person, as an elected official, is that I've got to let go of some of that baggage in order for us to move forward. So I appreciate us wanting to have accountability. I know a lot of the city employees because I worked with them, and I know a lot of guys at the street department. Barry's getting ready to retire out. I worked with Barry at Lazy Boy. We're still a small town. And then there's people out at this, I see, like, hey, you guys are doing a good job laying the brick downtown. I called in a water leak. Walking the dog, I saw the water leak the day of the parade, and I just had this scenario of this water line bursting while people were standing around. They marked it. They did a great job. The next day, the guys were laying brick. I walked by, said, "You guys are doing a great job, thank you." They don't have a clue who I am. I'm 1,000% sure they have no idea who I am. I don't introduce my name. That's not what I'm here for. But I remain hopeful and optimistic, or I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't have ran for this office. I know we're going to do great things. I know that the next 3 years, we're going to move the city forward. I know we're going to make good management change. I know it's going to work. And I'm excited, not only for the present, but for the next generation. I think if we, in this period of time, we make the proper adjustments and we move forward, we're going to have another election cycle, whoever those folks are, or if it's the same elected officials, then we stay on that template, right? I'm a big fan, as when I was with the fire department, I fought AML because, you know, it was a battle and I was active down in Little Rock on my own time. And then when I got on the board, well, how do you embrace AML and defend lot fee at the same time? And to me, it's kind of that same type of relationship. What was the skill set I learned during that time? An interesting course I took at the National Fire Academy was leading diverse communities beyond conflict. And I dug in a cardboard box in my attic, and I didn't throw all my paperwork away from the firehouse. And I thought, when would I ever need that course? And then I go, oh, well, I didn't need it at the firehouse because, you know, we had our own problems. You know, we just fought it out behind closed doors. But I've had to go back and review that skill set, and that's part of the after-action review that I have to look at the end of the year. And so I think it's healthy to have this kind of conversation. I'm glad we didn't go to executive session to have that. It needs to be out in the public. We recognize it. And we are going to move forward, and Siloam is fantastic, and the challenges are going to be many. And but if you're an elected official, that's what you're here for, right? We embrace those challenges. So I'm excited, and I know we can do better moving forward, and I know we will. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. David?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just sitting here taking notes of everybody and what they've said, and heard some really dynamic stuff that gives me hope. Brad said earlier during the budget time that he's excited for 2026, and he's gotten me excited for 2026. But there's always room for improvement. There's always a better way to do what we're doing. And I think what Brad said in his earlier comments, that we've got to get the flow of communication back. He said, I hate the scuttlebutt. I do too. I hate the scuttlebutt because you never know what you're hearing, if it's right, wrong, halfway. To me, half wrong is still wrong. Doesn't matter if it's 100% or not, it's still wrong. I will say, we have board rules for a reason. It's a state requirement. Mr. Patterson started it. It was actually Carol Smiley's idea to do it, and she was the first to bring it forward, and it built and built and built, and it's been refined. Mitty and I know it's been refined. We've gone back and forth till we're comfortable, and those are there for a reason, to keep us on track in how we operate and our respect to each other and to the employees of the city. I'll just say right now, we cannot individually discipline an employee. Any of us cannot individually discipline an employee. That's why there is executive session. And discipline is one of the 5 reasons you can go into executive session. We do not have the ability to individually discipline an employee. We also do not have the right to sit in on an employee or to walk in with an employee to rep the employee in an HR meeting. We do not have that right. That is not part of the authority of this board of directors. Because when you do that, you're no longer a representative of the city. You're sitting there on behalf of the employee, and you're not a third party. You're one of two sides, and you've just violated the fiduciary responsibility you took on as an elected official. You cannot walk in and employ to HR or to the top person and say, we got a problem, we need to deal with that. It's just irresponsible and disrespectful to the city and the citizens. We cannot have employees afraid of board members. And I know Betsy brought this up, but they cannot be afraid of board members retaliating, or that the city administrator is going to retaliate on the board member's behalf. And as I said, we have board rules for a reason. I like what was said, I guess by Mindy, we need to hold ourselves accountable. We need to hold ourselves accountable, each of us, but we also need to hold each other accountable for what we say and our actions. I will say this, our employee manual that we have has precedence over all employee interactions. We have authority as a board to make changes to that employee manual, but nothing else can be used as requests, directives, pressure to follow up with instructions to employees. Employees are given that manual when they're hired. If they don't have it, they need to ask for it. But it's there for a reason, and there is nothing that any of us board members can do to violate that employee manual. That employee manual has been changed over the years by a board, whatever board's in session at the time, and it's gone over specifically to deal with problems. I like, Mindy, we need to follow up on our ideas. We have an idea, and instead of just bringing it up and then complaining later nothing happened, we need to be one unit, not 8 individuals. Everybody says the mayor and the board, and I'm like, the mayor is part of the board. She's the chairman of the board. So we cannot be 8 uncohesive individuals. I will say, from my experience in management of many companies I've bought and sold, you cannot be friends or socialize, I should say close friends, with the administrator or department heads. Otherwise, when there are potential problems down the road, we tend to gloss over those problems and we refuse to address them. We've all seen it with the previous administrator. Easy to become friends, easy to be buddies, and then when you see a problem, oh, he'll change, oh, they'll get, no. You just cannot become close friends. And I'll say this not just for this board, department heads cannot be close friends and socialize with their employees. You can be friendly, and you can be a good boss, but you cannot become close friends because it will disrupt and cause problems in the employer-employee relationship. Without a doubt, it always happens. You cannot be clear-headed dealing with, and there's going to be problems no matter who it is. You just cannot become close friends with who. I mean, we all know there's a food chain pyramid, whatever you want to call it, with the citizens at the very top. They elect the elected body here individually, we are the body that sets the policy, the tone, and number one, overall, fiduciary responsibility of money management for the city, for the citizens' taxpayers' dollars. But we then have to expect, as Mindy said, the city administrator, we're paying them to do their job. We go through and find the right person who we believe is the right person, and they're getting paid. So we can't try to do their job for them. We can't try to intervene on an employee's behalf or on the city administrator's behalf or anything else. We're supposed to be overarching and overreaching, overarching is what I'm trying to say, for the 35,000 foot view of the bigger picture. And I will say one final thing. As board members, Mark Long said this a long time ago, and I've took it to heart. There are no perks. There are no perks at all to being an elected person of this board. We do not get to have special treatment, period. And for people who think we do, I can tell you, it's almost the opposite. We are under a magnifying glass, and we should be. But I'm just saying, nobody on this board can expect, should expect, or insist on perks or special treatment because you happen to be an elected member of this body. It's just not going to happen. It can't happen. Once it starts down that road, corruption sets in. I've seen it at the national level, the state level. I've seen it locally. In the past 40 years I've been involved. It's just little things can build to a snowball, a massive snowball. So you just cannot expect perks for being an elected member of the body. I really do believe what Brad has said, that we have huge potential for next year. It's an exciting time for us to make changes for the better for our employees and for the citizens. And it takes all ideas. There's no one person that says, it's my way or the highway. That's not the way things work. It's just like on the 50-30-20. I was told by several people, including members of this board, it can't have quality of life. It just can't. State, federal, no matter what it is, everything's negotiation. Everything, if everybody gets everything they want, there's something wrong. It's never gonna, it won't go past tomorrow because it doesn't work. You always have to have a negotiation. And I said it, I believe it, this 50-30-20 was a good negotiation. But if you just say, nope, 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 you got to have an open mind and believe that things can be done. I tell you what, I got a lot of crap, a lot of heck for supporting that deck because that's helping out Main Street. Well, I'm like, I don't care who it helps. It was built already. There's no reason to tear it down. And I got pushed that, well, you know, you're not being conservative. There is not every single issue under the sun that could be labeled conservative, liberal, progressive. It's not that way in real life. I'm just saying, sometimes you have to literally go with your gut instinct and do what you believe is right. That's all you can do on anything, but especially when you're elected up here. Do what you believe is right. Not for yourself, but for the city. The city of Siloam Springs, yes, it's an entity, but it is an entity made up of stakeholders, shareholders, which are the citizens that live here and pay our bills and pay our taxes. So you got to be able to move with the flow, move with the direction the water's moving, and just, you can't just be steadfast that it's, and I've seen it. my way or the highway. That's not the way to be. And so we've got to start being more cordial. We've got to start being more accountable to ourselves and regulatory to ourselves, to this body, that we cannot allow violations of rules of the board and violations of the rules of the employee manual. We just can't do it. Because once it begins, you might as well just tear those documents up. They don't matter. So I appreciate the chance to have open dialogue, and I appreciate, and I'll tell you this, something else. Many times, if something is said, whether a department head to an employee, whether a board member to a department head, or whatever, sometimes you go sleep on it and go, you know, maybe I was a little tough. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. I've certainly done it. And oftentimes, a simple apology goes a long way because you've thought it out and realized maybe I didn't need to go and say everything, or maybe I didn't need to act like I deserved all these perks or whatever, which has happened. I've been around and seen a lot here sitting at this table. So anyway, I'm sorry to go off on a tangent, but thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, David. Betsy, I was going to say, I did not ask you as we came by a while ago. I'm coming back to you. Yes,
Well,
ma'am.
because I also went first, and I liked what you were saying. You know, if a director does cross a line, I think it's important to go apologize. You know, things happen in the heat of the moment sometimes, but we need to own it when it does happen. The talk about, you know, we say something and then it doesn't happen or whatever, it was suggested to me that everything be put in writing to the city administrator, and possibly even, like, even if you've discussed it, put it in an email, and then maybe during administrator comments, they can bring up, like, what things do we want them to pursue? So we need to figure out some kind of process so that these things do get addressed and that we all know what's going on. Another thing that was brought up was, and I think this would be an employee thing, but like if a director shows up in a department head's office, besides the department head needs to let the city administrator know, doing an email over what was discussed and sending it to the director and copying the city administrator. Because also sometimes there are miscommunications, and it's like, if I see, oh, well, that's how you took what I said, or I took what you said incorrectly, that would clear up miscommunications. Then the city administrator would know what's being discussed and would hopefully then know directors are not crossing lines and nothing happened that shouldn't have. Because really, even if we're going to go talk to a department head, the city administrator should know. Like recently, I wanted to know about the MRF and recycling thing, and the other companies who were talking about bringing in the waste to energy. And Christina said Jason Davis could explain it to me. So I said, great, I'm going to make an appointment with him, and I also want information on the playground equipment. So every single thing has got to go through the city administrator. Because there are very specific state laws on what we can meet about in executive session, to meet to discuss a director's behavior, according to state statute, and feel free to jump in if I mess this up, it has to be to discuss the possible resignation of a director. It doesn't mean that we have to choose to ask for that resignation, But it's to discuss the behavior, to discuss if we want to ask for the resignation. Is the resignation legally binding? Does anything happen with it? No. Only the citizens can actually recall a director. But I think it speaks volumes. If my resignation was asked for, none of you would ever see me on city property again. It speaks volumes if something like that were to happen. This is just kind of a beginning draft of a process that we could follow, and it starts with, a written concern to, like I said, the mayor, the board, the city attorney, the city administrator, head of HR. See, I already thought of things that I could edit this. So I will continue to work on what I had passed out before, and I'll add some of the things we talked about tonight. And then I will send it to everybody. I would appreciate any edits and things you want added, subtracted, or whatever, and this included. And then when we do board rules and all that in January, I mean, if y'all want to follow through with these things, which it's been recommended that we do, then I'd like to have everything ready to vote on in January. So, yes, but I also realize, I'm one person, and I know that this is a group effort. Yes, so I'm open to whatever anybody has to say about any of it. But this way, if we have guidelines, even though, yes, technically we have them anyway, but now if we have very specific guidelines, there shouldn't be any question as to how we proceed, what's acceptable, what's not, and department heads can report if we're doing things we shouldn't be, and they can report with no fear, no concern, and even the directors never even need to know what department had said anything. So I think that's it.
All right, thank you, Betsy. I would ask then, I would ask you, Betsy, since we all have a copy of this now. As you said, this is something that you would like to see incorporated into our rules, and I believe that David even made the comment, or Brad did at the beginning of the year, is whenever we're going to look at these, and we need to be able to set the rules and procedures that we, as a board and the mayor, want to follow. So if they have, the board members have things they would like to have added or discussed, is that something that you would say they would give those comments to Christina, and then she's going to be putting something together to bring to the board the first of the year? Is that?
Yeah, we can do that. We can make sure that we incorporate that, whatever you guys have asked for into your board rules, and then you can approve or delete or change or however you feel.
Then they can revise whenever we come to the
revise.
meeting to vote on that. Is that?
And I was also thinking, we probably need to run it by Heather, just to make sure everything's legal.
Yeah, after you get everything together, make sure that it is, yeah.
Right, and I don't, I'm fine doing edits, adding and subtracting, working with Christina on that, if y'all
Sure.
are okay with it. Yeah, just, yeah.
So, does any of the board have anything that they would like to add, or just are you good with taking this, looking at this, and then getting back to Christina about your comments and how you want to move forward? Is everyone comfortable with that? Yes, a lot of heads, yes, okay. So, thank you, Betsy, for putting this together. It's always nice to have a starting place. And
it's a very rough starting point.
But it's a start. I will say this, I really appreciate the open conversation that you all have had tonight. Being a past board member, I would say that, you know, it's important whenever we start talking about holding ourselves accountable and each other accountable, that there are times that there are things that are uncomfortable to talk about that need to be talked about in open session, just like this. I mean, you know, there may be something that I, as the mayor, you all need to say, hey, this is what we see, and we need you to answer why, because you're holding me accountable, and the public needs to know that. I mean, if we never talk about it here, they don't ever know. And there are certain things that, you know, I mean, like you said, the only thing we can go into executive session for whenever you're talking about a board member is possible resignation. Other than that, it's public. This is where we need to discuss it. So as we move forward, I think that helps us all to remember that and to be aware of that accountability. So I thank you all for your discussion. Does anybody have anything else to say? If not, I will move to your director's reports or comments if you have any other thing you would like to say, and you probably do. So I will just say Merry Christmas. Thank you all. Thank you, citizens, for giving us the opportunity to be your servants, because that is what we are. And with that, I will move to the director's reports. I'll start with you, Mindy, and we'll end with you, David. And you have the floor, Mindy.
Okay. I'm sorry to bring this up. I know it's been sort of a hot topic on Facebook, and that's the snafus we've been having with utility billing. And I know it's been something that Christina and her staff have been working on resolving. If you all have been keeping up with the Facebook post, they've been trying to keep us updated with the different options, but I just wanted to say publicly, yes, there is still a way to pay your utility bill online without a fee, but it is through an automatic debit draft. Is that the way you call automatic bank draft? And you have to set that up through the city.
You have to set it up through the city, not through the website.
Right. Set it up through the city, not through the website, and I think I sent you a message about this. I know there's a concern with people that have a hard time getting here during the day to be able to provide the check or bank information. So if there is anything that your staff can come up with to maybe make that process a little bit easier so that people can still do, some people don't want to do an automatic bank draft, but if they do want to do that, if they're willing to do that, because that's their free option, if there's a way we could come up with that would make it easier for them. So there's that. Thank you to Kale Properties for sponsoring the Holly Jolly Christmas decorating contest. I want to say also thank you to the fire department for your work with the family fire recently, and just obviously you did what you do, but you've also let us know what was going on. And I want to thank the community too for just rallying around this family. I just looked at their donation page. They were asking for $1,000. They're over $20,000 right now. I mean, they didn't ask for the money. Someone asked for the money on their behalf. So this community is really rallying around this family. And I understand they still need prayers, especially the dad, as he is still recovering from his injuries. But hard thing, especially this time of year. But you all were there, so thank you. And then thank you also to Janae and Misty and whoever else did the Christmas decorations. It makes these long 5-hour meetings a little more pleasant, because it's just really pretty in here. It's just really, really nice. So thank you for that, and Merry Christmas.
I was disappointed there wasn't something in my stocking down here. We've each got a stocking. That is a first.
Well,
I don't think we've ever had a stocking
Yeah,
before.
now that you brought up that, I guess I am,
Oh, yeah.
But you can go get a Rice Krispie treat.
I
And she's
know.
also
I
been
appreciate
feeding
the
us. They've been
food.
feeding
I
us,
do.
so
I am
thank you.
really going to
I-
have to pick up the slack since your stockings are
Oh.
empty. That was one thing I
We
had not
never had
planned
a
on.
stocking before, though. This is the first year we've had a
Well, we
stocking.
thought it was a nice touch.
It is kind of nice.
It'd be nice if people would actually fill it for you, though, right?
Oh, yeah. Thank you for the food, though, Janae.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Ken?
Say Merry Christmas, safe travels, and be back next year.
Oh. Betsy?
So I will use this opportunity, and then I will put it in writing to the city administrator. Because we talked about it, but I wasn't going to bring it up in budget because this is another discussion. The adult programs at Parks and Rec, like the leagues, that's something I would like for us to consider making that revenue neutral so that we aren't paying for adult softball leagues and all of that. I think that would be reasonable. The other thing I would like if, and again, I'll put it in writing, if the board is interested. So I went to renew my business license, I don't know, a couple months ago. And then I went to pay and they're like, there's no charge. And I'm like, well, that better not be because I'm a director. What? No charge. I've never lived anywhere where there was no charge. So what I also learned when I started asking about that is that our admin person who handles business licenses had to do like 800 of them by hand because our computer system, since there is no charge, there's nothing, it doesn't spit out renewals. So 800 business licenses by hand. And then I learned that some people will do multiple business licenses because they can and it's free and they don't use them. My suggestion would be, I don't know, $15, $20, $25 to do a business license. I think that seems pretty reasonable, and it would probably cut down on people getting multiple licenses and not using them, and would also cover the time that it takes. And if there is a fee, then it can all become automatic. I guess there is a fee if it's late, but then those have to be done by hand. So anyway, I'm putting it out there now, so y'all can start thinking about it and say yay or nay. I had something else that I forgot, and then other than that, remember, well, maybe not today during the day, but it's cold out there. Think about bringing your animals in, and also think about the animal shelter. They can always use blankets and towels and toys and things for the animals. So, and Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays to everyone.
Thank you, ma'am. Reed?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was probably been maybe 10 years ago. I think I used to send $40 in every year to Peggy Woody for a business license, and some reason it went to zero. As a business owner, I didn't mind that, but I can see where if you're doing work to generate something, that might be good to back it up with that as well.
A minimal fee.
Yeah. The parade was awesome. And the reason I really enjoy the parade is to see the coordination of the lots of people. Goodness, we had the police department, we had the fire department, we had the Heritage League downtown, we had our Madam Mayor did the countdown, and I was right there where the mayor did the countdown, and as she was doing the countdown, here's Travis over there doing the same countdown, going to a guy that's got the electrical pole that's about 300 yards away, and you know what? It worked awesome. When we got to zero, it happened, and it worked. And everybody's around just like, oh, that's what it's supposed to be. And there's several people who are thinking, wow, we did it. So it was awesome to see that. I love our parade, what it brings in. But just to see everybody work together, that's quite amazing. And all you need to do is go somewhere else where it's not quite amazing. You realize what we have. Merry Christmas. I wore my tie, thank you. You won't see it any other time, but anyway, I'm celebrating already. That's all, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Reed. And real quick, hey, Chief Miller, by any chance, do we have a count of how many people were in our community whenever we had the parade?
I haven't gotten that from
Okay.
Christopher yet, but
Okay.
we're looking at that.
Perfect. Maybe our first meeting in January, you can share
Yeah.
that with us.
Yeah, we'll get it.
Thank you. Brad?
I didn't want to do this in public, but Reed, I have pine cones with
Okay.
the state work sauce, so.
Okay, thank you.
I was with them. I got a little Christmas going on. Sorry, it was a little
It's not
awkward.
the same as a red tie.
After 2,200 hours, you can make it a little awkward.
Oh, there you go.
I'll just, there's two things that I like this year that we did differently. I like the location of our Christmas lights. I like the consolidation down by the gazebo or down by the park where you did the lighting. I like this little elf dude over here. It was a nice switch up, and I've gone for some evening walks. And I really like the pool of Siloam, not getting a lawsuit from property owners. But it's really, that's our history. That whole site there is the Chautauqua movement. And it's a place of gathering. I like to go to Easter Sunday. It's rough for people to get up that early. It's non-denominational. We've had great groups there. We've had plays. We've had all sorts of stuff. But I took the dog for a walk this morning. I put him on the leash so he doesn't do bad things to the display. And, I just noticed sponsorship and, I don't know, it's just good stuff going on. And I'll be there this weekend because it's basically summer. I remember last year it was pretty chilly. So I just encourage people to get out. And I brought this up in our budget workshop. And I'm fascinated by the American white pelican. If you go out to City Lake and there's kids that haven't seen a pelican, they're migrating through. It's pretty cool. So, but I'm excited, and I hope everybody enjoys the holidays. Thank you.
I heard you making your dog go pee on the one I sponsored. Yeah, go ahead, pee on him. No, I'm teasing you. It's true. It's true. Oh, my goodness.
It's not true.
I haven't been down there yet, but
It's 5 o'clock somewhere, David.
Yeah. I just wrote down a few things here. Regarding our earlier talk on the budget, I want to reinforce again Brad's idea to have an automatic program of updating street signs. I think that's a great idea, and we need to follow up on that. It just seems like it's a no-brainer, not having to wait. I will say regarding the budget, and I didn't get into it on reviewing it, but I am still so confused. Of course, that's something people say about me all the time. I am still so confused about the $106,000 citywide software we paid 2 years ago and the software we're paying this year, $120,000 for 2 changes required by the FBI. I'm still, I'll just tell you, very confused about all that. We did learn at the last budget meeting that Dale Bennett will be retiring with 40-plus years this coming year. I encourage us to have him here after he retires to get the recognition he deserves, because 40 years anywhere is a massive undertaking, but for him to be a dedicated employee for the city, and he's getting like $32,000 of unused sick time. I mean, he's never taken a sick day in his life. So props to that guy, Dale Bennett. He works a night shift, is why he couldn't come to the Christmas party. But sorry, winter meeting. I will say that the employee winter meeting this year went really well and had a lot of fun. I think the employees really enjoyed it. What else did I have here? Well, I agree. Business licenses have got to have a charge. They always have. I don't know why they ever got taken down to zero, but they always have had a charge, so I don't understand that. Lastly, I will say regarding our discussion a moment ago, and I thought it was very important, I thought it was very good to have an open discussion. I'm going to tell on myself here, but several years ago, our police department was coordinating with the county to do a display of explosives for the police camp. The police camp every summer, they have children apply, and they set off a lot of explosions that were just boom, boom, one right after another. It literally sounded in my house like somebody was dropping bombs closer. And I let my temper, not, you know, I don't have much of a temper, as people know, but I did let my temper get away from me on this. And I went down there and called Alan Gilbert, and I think he chewed out Derek Spicer, and I chewed out whoever was down there. I later learned it was our officer Fritz who was in charge. But I got to tell you, none of those people were wrong. I was wrong. And I'm saying when we know we're wrong on something like that, Betsy said we gotta own it, and we do. We have to, and I sincerely apologize to both those gentlemen. I didn't interact with Deputy Chief Spicer, but I did apologize for him getting in trouble, and I did apologize to Corporal Fritz, because they didn't deserve, they were doing what they were supposed to be doing. And the next year, I got to watch it, and it was pretty impressive. But I will tell you, sometimes we get caught up in the heat of the moment, the temper, and if employees are doing their job, nobody should be mad at them and shouldn't be getting angry with them. And I'm talking citizens, other employees, board members, whatever. If they're doing what they're supposed to be doing, big props to them. And we should not be complaining. We are happy to have the citizens that live here that are employees, and we appreciate that. But I gotta say, sometimes you just gotta bite your tongue and admit you've been wrong, and that was my example recently, not recently, but about 2 years ago. And I will make a motion to adjourn, Madam Mayor.
Do I have a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are adjourned.